Baseball will devote Father's Day to celebrating dads and increasing awareness of prostate cancer, while also raising funds to fight the disease. Texas Rangers Baseball is presented by AT&T, U-verse TV. Welcome into U.S. Cellular Field, a very warm and muggy afternoon, a slight breeze coming in from center. A Father's Day crowd on hand here this afternoon as the Rangers and White Sox wrap up this weekend series. And welcome in, everyone. Along with Mark McLemore, I'm Steve Busby. Glad you could join us, and a happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. We appreciate you spending part of your day with us and the Rangers, and hopefully the Rangers will give you something to celebrate today. And Mac, Giovanni Gallardo on the hill for the Rangers this afternoon. He has been awfully good his last several times out.
He really has, Buzz. And you go back to April, he kind of got off to a little bit of a shaky start, but about that fourth or fifth start, that's when things really started kicking in for Giovanni Gallardo. He started to settle down, throw quality strikes, and look and be that aggressive pitcher that he has been his entire career. You look at the numbers right now, his record is 3-0 over his last 5 starts with an ERA of 141. 32 innings, just 10 walks, and 29 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting only 179 off of him. So Giovanni Gallardo is starting to look like the ace that the Rangers were expecting.
Well, the Rangers now have a trio of excellent veterans in that starting rotation. They look for the guidance that Gallardo and his compadres will provide them today. So we'll come back with more from U.S. Cellular Field. Shin-Soo Choo signing some autographs on Father's Day. More coming up right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Brought to you by your Texas Ford dealer. Visit your Texas Ford dealer now for great deals on America's best-selling brand. Ford is the best in Texas. By AT&T U-verse TV. U-verse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. By Budweiser, make a plan to make it home. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Chicago on a brilliantly sunny Sunday afternoon on this Father's Day. Before we get things underway, let's welcome in Emily Jones. Em?
Buzz, happy Father's Day to you, to my dad, Don, to my husband, Mike, and to all the dads out there proud to be sporting these sweatbands in support of prostate cancer research today. So we appreciate everyone tuning in, especially all the dads today. Let's get now to the Rangers' starting rotation, which has been lights out of late. 16 straight games in which starters have given up 3 or fewer runs. That is the longest such streak in Major League Baseball and a franchise record. And Jeff Bannister says it starts with the 3 savvy veterans.
They've competed their whole careers. When you think about Wandy Rodriguez, Colby Lewis, Giovanni Gallardo, those 3 have been consummate competitors their entire career. They've faced adversity, all 3 of them. They're tough guys. They know how to pitch. They're veterans.
And it's obviously rubbed off on the younger guys as well. Chichi Gonzalez and Nick Martinez stepping in quite nicely to this starting 5. Should be a fun one here in Chicago. An absolutely gorgeous day for baseball on this Father's Day. We'll have the lineups and the first pitch here on Fox Sports Southwest right after this.
Hit raises $12,500 for prostate cancer research. Now you can make a pledge by going online to homerunchallenge.org, and so far $2 million has been raised through your generosity with the pledges. Well, a beautiful sunny afternoon here in Chicago. Slight breeze drifting in from center field, a little on the humid side. Rangers and White Sox getting set to wrap it up. And here's Mac with the Southwest Airlines Texas Rangers starting lineup.
For the Rangers, Shin-Soo Choo will bat first. Ryan Rule will hit second. Prince Fielder will bat third. Mitch Moreland will be the cleanup hitter today. Adam Rosales will bat fifth. Joey Gallo will hit sixth. Robinson Chirinos will hit seventh. Jonas Martin eighth. And Henzer Alberto will bat ninth.
And that lineup for Jeff Bannister's ball club will face the 26-year-old southpaw, Jose Quintana. Quintana plagued by lack of run support. A fastball, a curveball, and a changeup in his repertoire. Rangers will try to exploit his inconsistency, and by that I mean not necessarily walking people. He doesn't walk a lot, but the inconsistency in being in the strike zone where he wants to be, on the proper side of the strike zone. That's very important for him because Quintana, unlike the left-handers we've seen in this series, Sale and Rodon, not overpowering. Defense behind him today, Milky Cabrera in left field. Adam Eaton in center. Abisael Garcia is in right. Adam LaRoche at first. Carlos Sanchez and Alexei Ramirez up the middle. Connor Gillespie at third. And Tyler Flowers is catching for Jose Quintana. Now we are ready to get underway. Shin-Soo Choo steps in. Choo, a .234 average. He is in a bit of a funk lately, trying to get out of it against Quintana. And the first pitch is fouled back for strike one. Choo with 8 home runs, 32 driven in. Again, back in that leadoff spot. This is his 7th consecutive game of being the #1 hitter for Jeff Bannister's club. And another pitch fouled away. This one down the left field line. No balls and 2 strikes. Rangers come in still 2.5 games behind the front-running Houston Astros. Rangers at 5 games over 500. They have kind of vacillated between 3 and 6 games over for the last couple of weeks. Rangers still a great road record at 22-16 as Choo chops one down on 2 hops to Adam LaRoche. That is out number 1. A 90-degree afternoon here just inland from the shores of Lake Michigan. Large crowd on hand on this Father's Day. We appreciate you spending part of your Father's Day with us. And we hope that Rangers can give you something to go along with the Father's Day celebration to make it even a happier day. Ryan Rua now bats next. Rua in his 3rd game back off the disabled list. Takes a strike at the knees. Rua hitting at an even 200. 231 on base percentage. Ryan trying to get his timing back, and not the easiest thing to do when you haven't had a whole lot of at-bats. He came off the disabled list having had only about a couple of handfuls of at-bats at the minor league level, and trying to get that at the major league level, get your timing back is a little difficult sometimes.
It's really difficult, Buzz, when you're coming off the 60-day DL. If it's 15 days, maybe even 30 days, it's not so difficult. But 2 months on the disabled list and then just getting a couple handfuls of at-bats, it's tough to get that timing back. Not saying that guys can't or it takes them, longer. It just depends on the individual.
2 balls and a strike. Quintana back to the plate, and Rua drives one high and deep to left field. It is going goodbye. Rua got a pitch up and out over the plate. He celebrates Father's Day with a long bomb, and the Rangers lead at 1-0.
Well, I think he's got his timing back. Very nice at bat by Ryan Rua.
Ryan Rua with his first home run of the year, the Rangers' first extra base hit in their last 4 ball games. And just like that, the Rangers very quickly lead at 1-0. Longest streak without an extra base hit for the Rangers since going back to 1997, nearly 20 years ago. And Ryan Rua makes that a thing of the past. No, very quickly 1-0, and Prince Fielder in.
Rua gets a fastball out over the middle of the plate, right down the middle. Gets that extension, and he knew he got that one.
421 feet, the estimated distance on that home run by Rua. Prince leans on a breaking ball, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Who's that sound again?
Wow.
Way up in the bleachers, 3/4 of the way up the left field bleachers out there.
This is one of the things the Rangers have been missing, especially with Beltre out of the lineup, is that right-handed sock, from the batting order.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really have a whole lot of right-handed pop other than Beltre. So with Rua being back, that's a real big boost to this Rangers lineup.
Now Prince Fielder shooting one the other way. That is a fair ball, 1 hop and out of the ballpark. hit the foul pole, came back in. So Fielder, who had been struggling a bit of late, taking one the other way for a ground rule double. Well, it never rains, it pours, and Rangers, without an extra base hit, now have back-to-back extra base hits.
Rangers coming out today being aggressive. You saw Chu go up there, swing the first 3 pitches that he saw, ended up grounding out to first base. Rua jumped on the second pitch that he saw. Brent swung at the second pitch that he saw. So this Rangers lineup, they're coming out swinging and they're feeling a little frisky today, it looks like so far.
And they're doing it against a guy in Jose Quintana, especially the home run. He had not given up a lot of home runs. Averaged just about 3/4 of a home run per 9 innings pitched. That's among the lowest in baseball. And Mitch Moreland, first ball swinging, will tap out to first. He is retired. On to third goes Fielder. There are 2 gone for Adam Rosales.
Prince gets a pitch inside and just shoots it down that left field line. Takes it the other way and 1 hops. Foul pole out there in left field for a ground rule double. You know, that's one of the things that's really making Prince such a great hitter and has his average up, I think, higher than what it normally is taking the ball the other way, beating the shift. And, you know, the shift really had nothing to do with that hit there, but he's using the entire field, foul pole to foul pole. And that's what you know, guys that are going to hit, you know, over 300, 310, 320, 330, that's what they do. They use the entire field.
Is that especially true in Prince's case against left-handers?
Yeah, I think he's really done a great job going the other way with left-handers and not trying to pull them all the time. You know, he's going to get that hanger in there, or he's even going to, you know, turn on some fastballs in there. But his approach, I believe, is just take the ball the other way against left-handers.
Well, Adam Rosales swinging on the first pitch, pops one up. Shallow right field. Garcia calling off Sanchez to make the catch, and that'll do it. But the Rangers strike first. They get a run on Ryan Rua's long home run in the first. They strand one on a double. After a half inning of play, Rangers won. The White Sox coming up. Chicago White Sox lineup today.
Leading off for the White Sox, Adam Eaton. Batting second, Avisail Garcia. Jose Abreu will bat third. Adam LaRoche is the cleanup hitter. Melky Cabrera will hit fifth. Alexi Ramirez will hit sixth. Connor Gillespie will hit seventh. Tyler Flowers is eighth. And Carlos Sanchez will hit ninth.
And that White Sox lineup will face the 29-year-old veteran right-hander Giovanni Gallardo. 6-6 on the year, a fine 3.16 ERA. Fastball cutter, changes speeds on the curveball, and he had a pretty good plan to follow after watching Colby Lewis here on Friday night. To dissect the White Sox. Giovanni and Colby very much alike in their approach to pitching and their relative stuff. The fastball for a strike to Adam Eaton. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Giovanni, as we've been talking about, very good the last month or so. He was pretty good before that, but He has been even better in his last 5 or 6 starts. This is inside. Going back to the middle of May, he pitched against Kansas City. Got a W. He's won 4 of his last 5 decisions. And that is a little bit low. 3 balls and a strike to Eaton. Adam Eaton, a 246 hitter. Giovanni Gallardo trying to get the leadoff man after the Rangers gave him a 1-0 lead. 3-1 pitch. That is in for a strike. White Sox snapped an 8-game losing streak yesterday. They still trail Kansas City in the American League Central by 11 ball games. Robin Ventura's club now back to 9 games under 500. Payoff pitch. And we'll try it again after the foul ball. White Sox here at home 17-15. Come in really struggling offensively for the entire year. They're next to last in on-base percentages is .291. Next to last in batting average. Last in home runs. Last in runs scored. Another 3-2. Got him swinging. Well, Giovanni Gallardo, a good job of coming back after falling behind. Gets the strikeout, 1 away. And we'll take a look at the Rangers defense brought to you this afternoon by Brake Check. Outfield, Rua, Martin, and Chu, left, center, and right. Moreland at first. Rosales and Hanser Alberto up the middle today. Joey Gallo at third. Robinson Chirinos is catching. So both Elvis Andrus and Rougned Odor, who started yesterday's ball game, getting at least the start of this game off. Avisail Garcia takes inside for ball 1. Garcia, a .273 average with 7 home runs, 26 driven in. Robin Ventura going with the same order that he did yesterday in that 3-2 White Sox win. Garcia moved up from the 5th spot to hit second yesterday. It seemed to work pretty well. Garcia 1 for 4, scored a run in yesterday's contest. Got a modest 3-game hitting streak coming into play today. Inside corner, a ball and 2 strikes.
You know, when your ball club's struggling, you've got to try and shake it up a little bit. You saw Bannister do a lot of that in April when the Rangers went 7-14. And, you know, since they started playing better, he's been able to go to a pretty consistent lineup. And, you know, obviously there have been some injuries that have been involved with it as well. But basically the same lineup every day. You've got a few guys that are in those spots, and then, you know, depending on a matchup on a particular day, lefty, righty, those are the positions that tend to change. But it's been pretty consistent over the last 5 or 6 weeks.
2-2 pitch called, strike 3. And Jerry Davis, the crew chief and veteran umpire, ringing that up as Garcia caught window shopping. Back-to-back strikeouts open things up here this afternoon for Giovanni Gallardo.
Looks like Garcia was looking for something else. Giovanni just went right at him with a straight four-seamer right down the middle of the plate, right at the bottom of the zone. Caught him looking.
Now 2 away. Here is the DH this afternoon for the White Sox, Jose Abreu. Abreu had played first base in the first 2 games, getting the partial day off this afternoon. Robin Ventura having Adam LaRoche switch places with Abreu. The big guy, a .286 hitter with a dozen home runs, 40 RBI. Both those the high water marks for the offensively challenged Chicago White Sox. 1 ball, 1 strike. Abreu, longest hitting streak on the White Sox team right now. 5 straight ball games. He's hit .316 over those 5 games. 1-1 pitch from Gallardo. Hard hit, picking it right off his left shoe. Joey Gallo on across the diamond, and it's a very quick and easy 1-2-3 first with a couple of strikeouts. We finish 1 in Chicago. Rangers on top, 1-0. one night, they happen all in one place. Don't miss the 86th All-Star Game. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, July 14th, only on Fox. Well, excuse me. Joey Gallo starting things off, and he is swinging at the first pitch and taps out to first. So the Rangers really making a concerted effort not to give Jose Quintana any breathing room. They're going up there, the first pitch that they see to their liking, they're having a hack at it.
Yeah, I think there's got to be something in the scouting report that says you need to be aggressive with this guy and not take too many pitches. We've seen 3-4 guys go up there swinging the first pitch. 3 of them have been put in play, and nothing wrong with it as long as you're not missing it.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with it. You want, there are some pitchers that you really just want to attack. You don't want to get deep in the count.
Well, the last 3 Ranger hitters have put that first pitch in play, a couple of ground outs and a fly out. Robinson Chirinos, Ranger catcher, up there now. He takes a strike. Robinson said enough of that stuff. I'm going to look at one here real quick. Chirinos at 207. 6 home runs, 24 driven in. Robinson very productive, especially of late. And on-base percentage coming back up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Chirinos in his last 6 ball games has been a 300 hitter. He's gone 6 for 20. His last 22 ball games, he's had 4 doubles, a triple, and 4 home runs. And he's driven in a dozen. Off the end of the bat, a little cue shot up in the air out to Sanchez. That's out number 2. I think to characterize that as a mishit pop-up would be an understatement.
That would definitely be an understatement. Quintana ran that ball in on Chirinos that time, and not much to show for it.
Well, that's 4 straight now that Quintana has set down after the double and the home run in the first inning. Leonis Martin, a 234 hitter. Leonis really scuffling. He is 0 for his last 19 trips to the plate. And in his last 10 ball games, hitting less than 130. And I don't imagine that seeing left-handers in 4 of 5 games has helped his disposition either.
No, that's a little rough. And not just any left-handers.
Right.
Pretty tough ones.
Yeah.
The toughest he's probably going to see all year long.
And we get Kershaw, Sale, and Rodon, and when they're throwing well, that's tough on anybody, much less a left-hander that's having problems.
All I can say is better him than me. Really.
0-2 pitch coming from Quintana. Yeah, he has a chance to get over it. Guys, we're sitting up here. We don't have a chance to get over stuff like that. Can't do anything about it anymore. A ball and 2 strikes. Inside, and 2-2 the count. There is the Lord Stanley's Cup. How about that? Making its tour today, had the Chicago Blackhawks. That's a Freudian slip. Out here at the ballpark. And call strike 3. Illness knew it. He is gone as Quintana gets his first strikeout of the afternoon, a 1-2-3 frame. We finished 1.5. Rangers still leading the White Sox 1-0. brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your Texas Ford dealer now for great deals on America's best-selling brand. Ford is the best in Texas. Now, Giovanni Gallardo back out to the mound after a 9-pitch first inning. He is dealing to the middle third of the White Sox order. That would be start with Adam LaRoche, followed by Melky Cabrera and Alexei Ramirez. LaRoche at 226 with 8 home runs and 25 driven in. Rangers in a big overship. Andrew Alberto, the shortstop, a good 10 feet to the first base side at second and out of the rim of the outfield grass. Adam Rosales playing that rover position. Here's that softball alignment for the Rangers. 2 balls and a strike. Outfield, as you will see a lot with this overshift, pretty much straight away. Actually, in left field, Ryan Rua shading toward the line a little bit with the left-handed hitter up there. Up the middle, but that's right where Hanser Alberto is stationed. 1 gone.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that with the shift. The infield may do an extreme shift one way or the other, and the outfield will shift slightly the opposite way, because typically if that ball is going to be hit by that pull hitter, it's going to be hit in the air if it goes to the outfield.
Well, LaRoche leaning out over the plate a little bit. Kind of reach for that one. There's Elvis. Elvis and Rougned Odor doing the Sheik of Araby thing over there on the Ranger bench.
Getting their tan on.
Elvis just his second day off this year. Melky Cabrera loops one to left field. That's going to drop for a base hit. And Cabrera, who had been scuffling mightily, loops one in, and that's the first base runner of the afternoon against Giovanni Gallardo. Well, 1 on and 1 out for Alexei Ramirez.
He got a pitch down in the zone. See Gallardo trying to go in. Didn't quite the break on it that he wanted to. Cabrera just dumps it in the left field for a single.
No, Alexei Ramirez brings his .223 average to the plate. A couple of home runs and 25 RBI. 1 ball, no strikes. Ramirez 1 for 4 in yesterday's ball game, and on base percentage is .242 for Ramirez. So he's a guy that just refuses to accept a walk.
This White Sox team has been struggling offensively. You see the numbers of all the guys. They're last in the league in scoring runs in the first inning. And they scored 19 all year long in the first inning, so they're not getting out on top of teams. And the opposition scored 57, including a home run by Rua in the top of the first.
Yeah, so you're not scoring in the first, and then you're getting behind a lot in the first inning. That's not a comfortable place to be.
No, not being behind. You don't want to do that, especially as an offense. Coming in and you're already down 1, 2, 3 runs. That's tough.
A ball and a strike to Ramirez. Cabrera establishing his lead at first as Gallardo checks in. Giovanni gets the outside corner. 1 and 2. And this White Sox team, for the most part, not a team that takes a lot of walks either. And of course, they're caught in that difficult position of they can't afford to be too patient, because then they're hitting 0 and 2 all the time, or 1 and 2, and that is not good for any hitter. Pitchers refuse to walk guys. There's a little looping line drive caught by Gallardo as he spins around and turns it into a 1-3 double play. Quick as a cat, Giovanni Gallardo turns that into a double play, and that'll do it. No runs a hit, nobody left after 2. 1-0 Rangers. $5 tickets are available for the game against the Angels. That's coming up on Sunday, July 5th. Just head to TexasRangers.com/treasure chest to buy. And you need to hurry because this offer expires tomorrow at 5 p.m. Well, the Rangers come to bat here in the third inning, leading 1-0. It'll be Hanser Alberto, the number 9 man, to start things off against Jose Quintana. Quintana worked a very quick second inning, just 9 pitches in a 1-2-3 frame. Hanser at 279, getting his just his second start at shortstop for the Rangers since being called up from AAA. A lot of second base, a couple of starts at third for Alberto. This, of course, is natural position. They voted the best shortstop in all of minor league baseball last year. Got that Rawlings Gold Glove. And that's quite an accomplishment. Chopper foul, 1-2.
That's a huge accomplishment. And typically, if a guy can play shortstop, he can flip over to the other side and play some second base. But Alberto can play all 3 infield positions. We've seen him do it. And having that Gold Glove as a shortstop and being the best shortstop in all of minor league baseball, that's a pretty good achievement.
A ball and 2 strikes to him. Left-hander Quintana back to the plate. It's nubbed foul down to the far end of the Rangers dugout. Alberto just 1 for 5 on this road trip. You'll remember here on Friday night, though, he was the one that got the first hit of the night off of Chris Sale. Sale had retired the first 17 in a row. And he ended that perfecto bid with a 1-out single, or 2-out single in the 6th. 2-2. Alberto called up on the 28th of May from AAA. He was hitting .303 in Round Rock. 42 games for the Express, had 13 runs driven in. And, not surprisingly, he had the best fielding percentage in the Pacific Coast League. 3-2. Hanser working the count full. He's trying to get aboard to start the Ranger third. The top of the order waiting to be next. That's Shin-Soo Choo. Quintana with a payoff pitch. Jose Quintana ready to throw his 30th pitch of the afternoon. And the left-hander back to Alberto. Squib to the right side. Nice play by Sanchez going to his right. Tough play for the second baseman who made it nicely.
Alberto almost got that ball through. It didn't look like it was going to get through initially. Ended up not getting through, but Sanchez makes a nice play. That's a very difficult play, throwing a crossword against his body. He's going toward the right field line and having to straighten up and make an accurate throw. Very difficult play. Nice play on his end.
So 1 away, and now back to the top of the order. Shin-Soo Choo, who grounded out to first as he led things off here this afternoon. Quintana hits the outside corner for a strike. And Choo has been scuffling of late also. He is now hitless in his last 10 times to the plate. Just 3 for 27 in his last 7 ball games. Rangers in the last 4 games, or the last 3 games coming into today, had exactly 4 hits in each of the last 3 games. It's not going to get you a lot of offense, but they did win one of those games, which you could say, well, that was a good thing, because you only get 4 hits, you're not going to win a lot of games.
No, you've got to get more than 4 hits, but they've been swinging the bat pretty well. And again, you've got to look at the pitching that they've been facing as well. It had a lot to do with it, especially that first night here.
Hey, you see, in those 2 of those 3 games, you see Greinke and Sale back-to-back. Forget Kershaw. We already knew what happened there, but see Greinke and Sale back-to-back. You can understand only getting a total of 8 hits in those 2 games.
You really can. Actually, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially with the way those 2 guys have been throwing.
Choo waiting. Quintana to the wind. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Got him swinging. Fastball up and in. Quintana gets his second strikeout. Now, before Ryan Rua steps in, let's send it back to Rick Renner for a Mazda game break. All right, Rick, thank you. Well, Ryan Rua, the difference in the ball game, at least through the first 2 1/3. His first home run of the year, a bolt that got out of here 421 feet to left field. One-0 pitch from Quintana. And this one popped up. Shallow right center. Long run in for Eaton. Still coming. And makes the catch. That'll do it. So, Jose Quintana now has retired the last 8 Rangers he's faced. We're through 2.5. Rangers on top by 1.
You back to Chicago, and once again a happy Father's Day to all out there. A lot of these dads on this trip missing their kids and anxious to get home to them, namely Prince Fielder.
Growing up, I got to be around my dad, and obviously this isn't a normal life, so you try to make it as normal as possible, you know. So for them to be around me as much as they can makes that a little more normal than it would be. So, and plus last year they didn't get to come at all, and I think they forgot I played baseball because now. Now they're more into baseball. Now they're like, oh, Dad, we want to go to the field with you. I'm like, oh, last year it was like, you're not even playing. You were good. You know what I mean? So now I think now that I'm playing and they realize it's like, oh, it's back to normal. They're like, oh, they're more excited now. So that's good to see because I thought they kind of gave up on, thinking I was a superhero. So now I think I'm pretty cool.
A double there. Hopefully the Rangers can rebound from that. I'm going to send it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to tell a really good story, but I don't feel like it's the appropriate time.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's all right.
Okay, might as well. Yeah. I was just going to say, Jaden and Haven, Prince's 2 boys, are one of 2 of the many kids that you see out there at Globe Life Park in Arlington on a regular basis, and it's neat to see these guys get to interact with their kids. And Prince talked about growing up in a clubhouse atmosphere and how cool that was for him, and it's neat to see the players interact with those boys. And Delino DeShields is one of the guys who really interacts with the Fielder boys, and I think that's not by mistake. It's because Delino also grew up in that atmosphere, and so he wants to make the Fielder boys and all the other kids in the clubhouse feel welcome as well. And I'm going to leave the play-by-play duties to you guys.
You were great. You're great.
Yeah, it was awesome, wasn't it?
Connor Gillespie with that double over the head of Shin-Soo Choo in right field. Now Tyler Flowers with nobody out, trying to at least advance it. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Flowers against the Rangers this year. He's going to come out of his offensive shell. A .357 average with 2 home runs and 3 RBI. On the year, hitting just .209. Gillespie the lead from second. Gallardo checks him a couple of times. And, Giovanni able to get the strike. It is 1-2. Flowers potential strikeout victim, especially when he has that 1-2 count now that Gallardo's got hit. And Giovanni, be a good time for a strikeout. You get, normally we think about having a runner on third and less than 2 outs is the best time, but that runner at second, it's not a bad time for a strikeout either. Prevent that ball from being put in play and the chance to move him and over.
Right, you never know. Once you put the ball in play, you never know what's going to happen. So yes, a strikeout here or pop up to the infield be a perfect thing to keep that runner at second base.
Robinson Chirinos doing a nice job of blocking that last breaking ball. You see the Ranger defense pretty much straight away. Andrew Alberto, the shortstop, sneaking in behind Connor Gillespie to try and keep him a little bit closer to the bag. Now the 2-2. We'll try it again. Tyler Flowers has started all 3 games in this series. Backup catcher Giovanni Soto. Have not seen except in a relief role. This is an area where the Sox have not had a whole lot of success either. Runners in scoring position. Just off the outside corner. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Flowers. Tyler Flowers hitting 8th in the order. He'll be followed by the second baseman, Carlos Sanchez. The Sox in their last 6 games have gone exactly 3 for 29. That's a 103 average with runners in scoring position. This year, a 249 average overall, but just 2 for 14 in this series. It's fouled off to the right again. The count remains full. And if you think that 6-game sample was a little bit too short, how about a 16-game sample? They've hit 157.
Definitely not getting it done offensively. It's part of the reason where they are in the standings right now. You've got to score some runs. Obviously, you've got to have pitching. They've got a couple of good ones, but they're going to need some run support to go along with it.
The White Sox in this series have only scored in 2 innings. That's not going to get, unless you're scoring 10 in those innings, that's not going to get you a lot of comfort room. And again, Flowers able to spoil the pitch. Of course, the Rangers have only scored in 3 innings, so it hasn't been much better. Now, this is going to be at least a 9-pitch at bat for Tyler Flowers, who's making it tough on Giovanni Gallardo. Chirinos with the signs. Gallardo sets. That is the 4th 2-strike foul ball we've had in this at bat. Giovanni had to keep pounding the strike zone, and Flowers spoiling some pitches that have been, for the most part, in on his fists.
Yeah, I wish you could do that as a hitter. Do that intentionally. They just run a pitcher's pitch count up. But that's really not possible. There hasn't been anybody that I've ever seen that's been that good.
Another foul ball. Well, you hear things about some of the guys way back when, back in days of yore, that had the ability to flick that ball foul when it wasn't a good pitch. I kind of find that a little tough to believe too.
Well, there were some guys that were good at it, and they could do certain pitches that way. Obviously, if they're off the plate, yes, they can do it. And some guys even inside. Rod Carew was really good at it. Wade Boggs was good at it.
Yep.
Brett Butler was good at it. Those are the guys that come to mind for me, especially Carew. I came up in the Angels organization when he was still playing, so I got to see a lot of that firsthand.
Flowers gets the job done by grounding out to Mitch Moreland. On to third goes Gillespie. He's there with one out for Carlos Sanchez. As much trouble as I had pitching to Rod Carew, I believe that he could do anything with a bat if he chose to.
I always called it a wand.
Yep. Oh, the Rangers leading 1-0 here in the third. The infield now will pull all the way in with Sanchez, a 141 hitter at the plate. Good look at the Ranger infield. You got to be careful here too about a possible squeeze bunt. And Gallardo does the best thing possible, and that's get ahead with strike one. Sanchez, no home runs, 6 driven in. He's just a 113 hitter in his last 28 ball games. Gallardo's next pitch, and that's pop foul. That'll reach the seats. Makes it 0-2. Take a look while we have a second here at our Ford leaderboard, showing you the ground balls by American League pitchers. Dallas Keuchel, of course, way out in front of everybody, 194. And Yovani Gallardo, and that would surprise a lot of National League fans that saw Yovani in Milwaukee. 141, that's 5th most in the league.
It's a lot of ground balls.
0-2. Little pop up to left. Rua coming on. Still coming on. He can't get it. But at third, Gillespie couldn't go anywhere. That ball hit so shallow and close enough to Rua that Gillespie went back to tag up and then started to go halfway and went back to the bag again. And by the time that happened, Rua was into short hop. And he keeps Gillespie at third base. Sanchez on the bloop single.
You know, that's just a tough play to call. Even if you go half, you can't go halfway because Rua's in so close. He does that right there. If you're halfway, he's going to throw you out from there. So you've got to be 3/4, and you know you can't go back and tag. If he catches it, he's too shallow for you to run. So that's just a tough play. You don't see that very often at all. There really is no way to score on that play there.
And Rua coming in and made a little flip to second, almost threw it over Rosales' head.
Wow.
So now with runners at the corners and one out, the middle of the infield for the Rangers back at double play depth as Adam Eaton takes a big curve in for strike one. Eaton strikeout as he led things off for the White Sox today. Eaton, a 3-game hitting streak coming into play here this afternoon. Foul back, and again, Gallardo able to get ahead of the count. No balls and 2 strikes. There's 3 straight hitters that Giovanni's been able to do that. Important here if you can get the strikeout or the ground ball to a middle infielder. Eaton with good speed, unless you hit it right at an infielder, it's going to be tough to double him up.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. A strikeout would be perfect here in this situation, so he doesn't get to use those legs.
The 0-2 coming. That's sliced out of play on the left side. Adam Eaton this year, 45 strikeouts, about 250 at bats. Now Giovanni studying the signs. Robinson Chirinos offering a couple of suggestions. And another 0-2 pitch. Boy, that didn't miss by much. Tried to paint the outside corner. Looked like a little bit of a cut on that fastball, and according to our Fox tracker, Giovanni executed it perfectly, but didn't get the call from Jerry Davis. Now Chirinos asked for time. He said, that's my bad. I'm going to recycle this mentally before I give you another pitch. Giovanni Gallardo in the first 2 innings used 25 pitches. He has used 20 in this inning already. There's still just 1 out. It's the Rangers this season. Adam Eaton, a .350 batting average. Gallardo tried to negate that good success. Tapper foul. So Eaton hanging tough. He has Connor Gillespie at third, Carlos Sanchez at first. 1 out, Rangers leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the third inning. Giovanni Gallardo kind of trying to keep it right there. White Sox in this inning alone have had 9 foul balls against Giovanni. Run his pitch total up. 2-2 now.
Buzz, how much pressure is there on a pitcher when you've got a batter up here that keeps fouling pitches off? If you're, going inside, outside, he keeps fouling them off no matter what you throw.
Yeah, the hard thing, Mac, is to make sure you don't let yourself get frustrated. You still have to focus. You get frustrated and you're going to make a mistake. You don't want that to happen. So what you have to do is force yourself to focus on making that particular pitch. Make it as well as you possibly can. If you get frustrated, you end up throwing the ball down the middle of the plate or losing him on a walk. Either of those is very acceptable. But it's not a lot of fun to stand out there. And, the thing you don't want to do is try and overthrow it. 2-2 pitch. Popped up. This one into left field. Into foul territory. Rua has a play, makes the catch. And again, the runners, specifically Connor Gillespie at third, forced to stay right there. Oh, that is a huge out number 2.
Big pitch by Gallardo there, getting that pop fly that didn't get deep enough to drive in Gillespie from third base. This fastball up in the zone. Eaton gets under it, shanks it a little bit. There's Rule with the catch.
Mike Maddox a visit to the mound, and this is probably as much to give Giovanni a time to catch his breath. He's already in the 25 pitch range this inning. Mike very well aware of the toll that takes on a pitcher. You get grinding in an inning, and all of a sudden pitches mount up on you, and thinking your concentration tends to stray a little bit. Mike wants to make sure that with 2 outs, that doesn't happen for Giovanni.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see a pitcher go through this and think, okay, I've got 2 outs, and then take a breather, and then next guy comes up and gets a hit.
Right. Yeah, you get that big second out, and you kind of relax a little bit. And you can't do that with a guy like Garcia up there. Eliseo Garcia, a strikeout. He was called out in the first inning. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. 1 ball, no strikes. Giovanni taking a little more time now, rubbing a new baseball up. To Garcia has that 3-game hitting streak going as he comes into play. Last 17 ball games, Garcia just a 148 average. 2 balls, no strikes. For Garcia, just 1 RBI in his last 10 games. So he fits right in the mold of the struggling White Sox hitters. But Giovanni Gallardo, you can't let up. You got to make sure that you make quality pitches and remind them that they're struggling. Don't give them a chance to come up for air. Ball 3. Gallardo now falling behind Garcia. This is the guy you want to go after, because waiting to be next is the DH today. That's Jose Abreu, the biggest run producer for Chicago. 3-0 pitch coming. Now 3-1. Eliseo Garcia, originally with the Detroit Tigers. And you can see, looking at him, why there have been comparisons with Miguel Cabrera. Same kind of batting strategy, same kind of approach. Looks an awful lot like it. Well-located fastball by Gallardo, and now he's run the count full. So with 2 outs, Carlos Sanchez will be off and moving with the next pitch. Gallardo, a long look in. Now he is set. Sanchez on the move. Payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Coming back from a 3-0 count to Garcia, Yovani Gallardo gets the strikeout and strands 2 runners. On to the 4th we go. It's still 1-0 Rangers. Came in at 338, had a base hit, so he's up to 341, but still trailing Cabrera and Kipnis. Jose Quintana with 8 straight retired. This is outside the fielder, 1 ball, no strikes. Rich with that opposite field double in the 1st inning. One of 2 hits allowed by Quintana here today. The other, Ryan Ruiz, solo home run. 2-0 the count. Prince, an unusual day yesterday, had 3 strikeouts in that ball game. Something he had stayed away from pretty much the entire year. That's wide. The count goes to 3-0. So fielder trying to get aboard to start off the 4th inning. Mitch Moreland, Ranger first baseman, is waiting to be next.
Yeah, this goes to show you, Buzz. It's going to happen to every hitter, no matter how good you are. You're going to have a day where you get the golden sombrero or the hat trick. Hopefully not the golden sombrero, not too many times. But definitely the hat trick.
We'll see if Prince can get a pitch to his liking. 3-0. Taken all the way, it's ball 4. Quintana missing on 4 straight. That's the first walk by the left-hander. Fielder's been aboard both times now, a double and a walk, and it brings up Mitch Moreland, who grounded out on the first pitch that he saw from Quintana back in the 1st. Pitch a 3.01 average as he steps to home plate. 8 home runs, tied for 2nd most on the Ranger club, and Shin-Soo Choo with 8. Mitch 2nd with those 33 runs driven in. Quintana a check of first, and Mitch takes a fastball right down through there. Moreland now 2 out of 10 on this trip. He's hit safely in 13 of his last 14 ball games. Pitch getting out of that slightly open stance. Strike two as he got a fastball down and away. Quintana, originally signed by the New York Mets organization, had a 50-game suspension for violating the minor league baseball drug program back in 2007. Mets released him. Yankees signed him the next year. Borland a drive to right center field. Eaton on the run, back in the alley, makes the catch. And back to first goes Prince Fielder. Borland got on top of a high pitch and thought he might have enough for extra bases at least, and Eaton able to run it down for the first out.
Mitch goes up and gets that high heater. Quintana thought he'd be able to get a strikeout by going up there, but Mitch jumped on top of it, drilled it straight away center field. Not quite deep enough.
Just enough of a breeze drifting in from center field to cut that ball down and keep it from getting off the wall or into the seats. Adam Rosales is next, and he takes the off-speed pitch for strike one. Rosales a fly ball to shallow right. That ended the Ranger first. Quintana, a long look to first, now back to the plate. A little pop-up around second base that Sanchez will handle for the second out. A jam shot pop-up, Adam Rosales retired. Two gone for Joey Gallo.
It's the second time that Quintana's been able to get inside on a right-hander and really jam him for a little weak pop-up to the infield. Last time up, we got Chirinos to do that to second base.
If you're a hitter and you see a pitcher able to jam guys, do you make an adjustment, Mac, as to what you're looking for, or do you just tell yourself to lay off that inside fastball?
I think one of the things you have to look at is where, when is he throwing it in the count? Does he have two strikes on it, on the hitter? Mm-hmm. He's got two strikes on the hitter, then you've got to be pretty sure, where you're pretty sure that he's going to come at you that same way with that out as an out pitch. But other than that, no, I don't want to make that adjustment there, because you can't really adjust to every pitch.
Right.
So you keep your approach and look for something out over the middle of the plate until you get to two strikes, and then you might look for it.
Gallo rips a line drive to right. Garcia can't get it. He had it in his glove and dropped it. Around to third base goes Prince Fielder on a vicious line drive off the bat of Joey Gallo. Well, that had some severe topspin on it too, and Avisail Garcia got to the ball. And it's going to be scored a single. As hard as it was hit, and as far as Garcia had to go, you can understand why.
Yeah, it had some hook to it. Got a breaking ball out over the middle of the plate. Joey got some extension on it and hooked it. A lot of top spin as well. Garcia going over trying to get it. And just couldn't hang on to it. Off the tip of his glove.
Joey Gallo with a base hit for the first time in his last 12 at-bats. And he is aboard. Rangers have runners at the corners with two outs for Robinson Chirinos. Third hit of the afternoon for Texas. Chirinos popped out to second, his first time up there. 0-1. Robinson a .206 average, 24 RBI, and he's played about 2/3 of the games for the Rangers. See, and Carlos Corporan sharing duties behind the plate. Between the two of them, 35 RBI from the catching spot. That's pretty good production. Quintana misses inside. That evens things up at a ball and a strike.
Yeah, it really is some great production from behind the plate. They're getting the job done, and that's exactly what you want to have.
Chirinos has usually had good success against the White Sox. Especially in this ballpark. He has 3 home runs in 7 career games against Chicago. The only career multi-home run game came right in this ballpark. In fact, it was last August. Down in the count here, the ball and 2 strikes. Got Fielder at third, Gallo at first. Trying to add to that Ranger 1-0 advantage. Quintana to the plate. 2-2. Sun starting to be obscured a little bit more by the high clouds. A few white puffy clouds off in the distance, but what we have is a kind of a high overcast. Now a full count. A good look from our center field camera up to the northwest. A 3-2 count now, and so Joey Gallo with 2 outs will be off and moving. With the next pitch, Chirinos trying to extend this inning. Leonis Martin waiting to be next. Quintana ready. The payoff pitch is on the way. Pop foul, will reset and try it again. Robinson Chirinos, who originally was a third baseman by trade, made the conversion not 4 years ago full-time to catching. He's made a remarkable rise to make it to the major leagues while he was still making that conversion. It's not easy to switch positions like that. How's that pitch back?
No, I mean, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, in the last 4 years, he's made himself into a big league catcher from a totally different position.
Yeah.
It's hard enough if that's your position for, your whole life and you make it to the big leagues, but just in the 4 short years, that's a tremendous feat.
You hear about catchers that as their legs get older on them, they'll move to third base or they'll move to first base. That's fairly common, but not going the other way.
No. I can't think of too many guys that moved to catcher and got to the big leagues.
Quintana with another 3-2. Got him swinging. Got that ball down and in, and Quintana works out of a jam, first and third. Rangers strand a pair. We finished 3.5, 1-0 Texans. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by the Mazda 6. J.D. Power has awarded the Mazda 6 highest ranked vehicle appeal among midsize cars. Here's a shot of downtown Chicago, the Windy City. on a 90-degree afternoon. Rangers and White Sox, with the Rangers leading 1-0. And the White Sox coming to bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll be Abreu, LaRoche, and Cabrera to face Giovanni Gallardo. Gallardo ran into his only problem of the ball game last inning. Had a leadoff double, and then eventually had runners at the corners with 1 out. Was able to work around that. And Abreu, big rip and a miss. It's 1-1. Abreu, ground ball to third, back in the 1st inning. Two and one now. Jose Abreu, in his 2nd full year coming to the White Sox from Cuba, a big star in the Cuban major leagues for a number of years. He didn't slow down at all coming in last year. 36 home runs, drove in 107. Rookie of the year in the American League unanimously. 2-2 the count. Now 3-2.
You know, he's been their biggest offensive weapon over the last couple of years, even this year. Runners in scoring position, he's hitting 346. So they may not be scoring a lot of runs, but when they do, he's typically the one driving them in.
Gallardo to the wind, the payoff pitch. Try it again. Got a note here. The White Sox have only scored in 5 of the last 63 innings in which they've hit.
Wow, that's tough.
That qualifies as a dry spell.
Drought?
Yeah, drought, yeah, at least.
Severe?
Yeah. Not sure what you do with it if you're Robin Ventura. I don't know. You probably pressed all the buttons you possibly can. Abreu goes down and gets one and drives it up the middle for a leadoff single. One on, nobody out. Let's take a look at our T-Mobile game changer. Today, J.D. Martinez gives the New York Yankees 3 home runs, 6 RBI. His first multi-home run game of his career. J.D. Martinez, and that ball game is still ongoing. So we may have an update on that for you. J.D. Martinez, extremely hot on this Father's Day. You know, there's a team, the Tigers, that have been struggling too. They've fallen off the pace in the American League Central. Here's Adam LaRoche. He takes strike 1 from Gallardo. LaRoche 0 for 1, a ground ball to short his first time. He has a pretty good history against Giovanni Gallardo, 11 for 33. 33 at-bats, by far the most on the White Sox against Gallardo as he fouls off the next pitch. And Giovanni now with the advantage in the count at 0-2.
Both of the guys longtime National Leaguers, so they got very familiar with each other.
LaRoche, just a 200 hitter this season here at home. 252 on the road this year. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Little Cuzzy down there at third said, nope, no swing. Thought about it.
Thought about it. Looks like he held it back, though.
One and two is Gallardo. Checks first base. And misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Adam LaRoche, of course, the son of former big leaguer Dave LaRoche, 2-time All-Star. Slow breaking ball is low, and now all of a sudden the count has gone full. LaRoche working Gallardo for the full count, and He is batting fourth in the lineup, to be followed by Milky Cabrera. 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the fourth inning. Abreu getting his lead from first. 3-2 pitch. Gallardo having a tough time getting, especially the last 3 hitters, be put away. They all had full counts on him. Gallardo's had to use a lot of pitches against the last 3. Get that pitch count up now. Its next pitch will be his 68th of the afternoon. Another 3-2. Shallow left field, long run in for Rua, still coming, and Ryan able to track this one down. That ball hanging up there for him a little bit, and Rua's had 3 of those now. And a long way to go.
Got to get on that horse, break the horse out on a Sunday afternoon. A lot of ground out there to cover.
So 1 out, and Milky Cabrera will be next.
Gallardo throws that 2-seamer, running it off the outside part of the plate, and LaRoche really had no choice but to try and put it in play somehow. Could have been called a strike, and Rua again on his horse makes this play easily.
Milky Cabrera lined a soft signal to left field, his first time to the plate. Strike 1. Cabrera struggling on this homestand. He was just 3 for 14. Make that 3 for 15. Oh, 1 pitch from Gallardo. Now 0-2. It's the Rangers this season in 5 ball games. Cabrera just 2 for 21 with 6 punch-outs. Ground ball by the dive of Rosales into right field, a base hit. On the 0-2 pitch, he waited well on the breaking ball and able to sneak it by Adam Rosales.
Gallardo not happy with the location of that pitch where he left it. Cabrera hits a shot by Rosales for his first hit.
Well, a pair of singles here in the 4th inning. First and second with 1 out. Alexei Ramirez now will come up. Ramirez, a little line drive back to the mound that Giovanni Gallardo turned into a double play into the White Sox second. He could use a similar outcome right here. 0-1. Ramirez with runners in scoring position this year. Just a 241 average. They say that's just about what the White Sox are hitting, but lately, as we mentioned, the White Sox really scuffling. Gallardo with the 0-1 pitch. Ramirez snapped an 0 for 17 streak yesterday on a base hit. And still, you go back over his last 11 ball games, hitting just 150. Pulled behind the bag at third. It's a foul ball. Joey Gallo was all set to turn that into a 5-3 double play and have to reset.
For the last 16 games, the White Sox have been hitting 157 runners in scoring position. Part of the reason they're not scoring a lot of runs, they're just not executing or coming up with that big hit when they need it.
And Ramirez, for his part, just 1 for his last 14 runners in scoring position. One ball and 2 strikes. Abreu at second. Milky Cabrera at first. Gallardo looking for that double play. Fly ball to right field. That's going to chase Chu back. But He has room, makes the catch. Abreu tags at second. He will advance to third. So the White Sox now with 2 outs will have runners at the corners for Connor Gillespie. Nick Ramirez 1 out of his last 15 with runners in scoring position.
It's got to be frustrating for an offense. You know when you're struggling and you've got guys up, you've got guys in scoring position, and no one comes up with a hit. You know as a team that you're scuffling and everybody's trying to do what they can, you know, to come up with that big hit, to be that guy to break things up.
Is that something that players talk about among each other, among themselves?
No, you don't really talk about it too much. I just think everybody's very aware of it, especially when it's an extended period like it's been for the White Sox, 16 games, going on 17 now. You know there's not really a whole lot to say other than, hey, somebody come up with a big hit.
Yeah. That's kind of what I meant, not discuss the situation, but how to get out of it. You know, try to prod each other to be more positive mentally.
You know, I think really all you can do is really just support guys. Keep cheering and going, because the more you make out of it, the tougher it becomes, the more pressure there is. You know eventually, or you hope eventually, that it's going to change. You know, now if it starts running into 3 weeks, then there may be, you know, time for a meeting. Sit down and talk about your approach. You look at the at-bats that you're putting together in those situations and see if they've been good at-bats.
Yeah, well, you know eventually it's going to change. I mean, you're either going to get a base hit or you're going to find somebody else to do it. That's how it
This is so true.
Gallardo now really being forced the last couple of innings to throw a lot of pitches. He used 25 pitches in the first 2 innings. In the last inning and 2/3 now, he's been forced to throw 52 of them. 2-0 the count to Gillespie, who doubled to right center. And he rips this one foul. The pitch stayed up. But he pulled the trigger a shade early. 2 balls and a strike. And there are the numbers. Giovanni Gallardo, almost inexplicably, you see those numbers, and the pitcher is aware of what's going on, but how it happened, I have no clue.
Well, he had a few hitters that were just fouling pitches off left and right, and that was one thing that ran the pitch count out. But to go from 11 to 29 in the next inning.
You stand out there, and somebody will talk to you about that, and you say, well, I knew it was a lot of pitches, but I can't tell you why it happened. I can't tell you why all of a sudden there were a lot of pitches fouled off. I didn't feel like I did anything differently. But what happens is you start missing just by a little bit with your command. Or you're missing the barrel of the bat or the bat altogether. First time around, you're just a little bit off, or maybe not quite as much movement on the pitch. Very subtle differences can make a huge difference in the outcome. 2-2 the count to Gillespie. And that's out of play.
As a hitter, when you're fouling pitches off left and right, depending on who that pitcher is and how much experience you've had against him, you're looking for that pattern. What is he going to do next? I have a pretty good idea, and that's one way you're able to continue fouling pitches off. You're kind of on the same page with him, or thinking along with him, but you too, since you're just fouling them off, you're just a little off in something that you're doing as well.
Now Gallardo will set one more time. Little cue shot off the end of the bat, foul. Gillespie. That's about as close you can come to missing the ball altogether and still get a piece of it. There, the little guy got a foul ball.
He's going to throw it back. How many times have we seen that?
He's checking that out. So, boy. There, you got a high five for Dad. Still 2-2. To center field, Leonis Martin to his right and in a couple of steps, and that'll do it. Well, again, a lot of pitches thrown, but Gallardo strands 2 on a couple of hits. We have finished 4. Rangers still leading the Sox 1-0.
Ryan Rua's solo shot in the first inning, the difference in this one thus far. And Ryan had an interesting take on what he learned while on the DL.
Getting injured, luckily enough. On this team, we have a bunch of veteran guys like Prince, like AB, Elvis, Moreland, Leonis, those guys who you get to watch. I think you pay more attention when you're injured to their bats and the way they go about their business and how they handle things against certain types of pitchers. And just try to pick up things from them every day.
So guys often talk about how detached they feel when they're on the disabled list. Still get to be in the clubhouse, but, watching games on television or from the bench, thought that was pretty cool how he said he paid extra close attention to the way the veterans were carrying themselves both in the clubhouse and at the plate. So, like you said, his timing seems to be back relatively quickly after coming off the DL, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emmy. You're right, it does. And that's a great point that Ryan brings up about watching. You really don't appreciate the game as much before you get hurt as you do afterwards.
Yeah, until you can't do it, that's when you start appreciating it. But whenever you're not in the game, it's a learning experience for you, especially if you're a young guy. There's always somebody that you can watch, whether it's one of your teammates or someone else on the other team. A veteran player from the opposition. It's always a learning experience, seeing the different things, and Will, talked about it there. He got to see how guys, what their approach was to certain pitchers. And I think that's key, and it helps you, especially as a young player, when you can go out there and you can put those things to use.
1-0 pitch to Leonis Martin. And he's going to try to bunt his way aboard and butts it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martin called out on strikes his first time up. I was always told that every time you come to the ballpark, put a uniform on or even just come to the ballpark and watch, if you don't learn something new about yourself or the game of baseball, you're not paying attention. And I think that's extremely true even when you're hurt. You can learn something about how to handle situations. For guys that are hurt for the first time, for any length of time, that's a huge learning experience about how to deal with the injury part.
It really is. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? What am I not supposed to do? It's very difficult, especially for a guy that's used to playing every day, to all of a sudden, hey, what do I do now? It's very difficult.
The people say that missing time in baseball is the worst sport of all because it's fairly slow sitting around watching it anyway, but it eats you alive when you can't get out there and do something about the outcome of a game.
Right, and when you're on the disabled list, you're pretty much on your own island.
Yeah.
You're part of the team, but you're not part of the team. So it's difficult in that respect as well.
2-2 pitch, rounded to the backhand side of Sanchez. Nice play by the young man. Leonis Martin is 0 for 2. One away for Hanser Alberto.
Leonis hit that ball pretty good up the middle. Sanchez made a very nice backhanded play going up the middle for that. It's got to feel good for Martin, even though he made the out, just to make some good hard contact up the middle and not rolling over or popping the ball up. It's baby steps. You have to, it's going to take one at bat to get you out of whatever slump that you're in.
Hanser Alberto chops that first pitch foul. Yeah, for Leonis, he had been prior to that at bat 0 for 20 with 10 at bat or 10 strikeouts. So striking out half the time, that's really an 0 for.
Yeah, that's something you definitely don't want to do, especially when you've got speed like Leonis has. You don't want to be a strikeout guy. You've got to put the ball in play, preferably on the ground. So when you're striking out half the time that you're up there in any span of time, you go back to your hotel or back home scratching your head at the end of the day.
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hanser Alberto. A ground ball to second, his first time. Slowly hit to third, but Gillespie was playing in. Now the throw pulls LaRoche off the bag, and Alberto's going to reach on the throwing error by Connor Gillespie. First error of the series by the White Sox. The Rangers can take advantage.
Alberto tops his ball to third base, and Gillespie's all over it and fairly close to first base, but just got under it with that arm and just kind of sailed on him.
Adam LaRoche has a reputation of being a very good fielding first baseman. did a pretty good job just coming off that bag and making the catch so the ball didn't get down the right field line. No, the Rangers, the runner at first and 1 out. Top of the order for the 3rd time today. Shin-Soo Choo is grounded out and struck out. Not only is that the White Sox first error of the series, that's their first error in the last 6 ball games. Pitch to Choo. Check swing. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. The deal down to Phil Cuzzy. Nope. White Sox now with 46 errors this year. They came in 11th in the American League. Rangers, in contrast, with 58 errors. That's next to last. A ball and a strike to Choo. Line to left. That's going to be in. And extra bases going to the wall. Alberto at third. The stop sign goes up for him. As Choo doubles into the left field corner. The Rangers now with runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. 13th double of the year for Shin-Soo Choo.
Choo doing what he does best, taking the ball the other way. After his first couple of bats, ground ball to first base, and then a strikeout his last at bat. Gets a pitch out over the plate. Slices it down that left field line. Alberto on with the air by third baseman. Gillespie gets all the way around to third base, so they're in good position right now.
Yeah.
Middle of the order about to come up.
And Choo, with that double, snapped an 0 for 11 that he was in. The 1 out double, 2nd and 3rd now. Ryan Rua with the infield pulled all the way in for the White Sox. Rua, the solo home run in the 1st inning. Last time up, skied to center. Quintana from the stretch, and Rua swings through a fastball. It is 0-1. Rangers with 4 hits this afternoon. Again, being stuck on that 4 spot after Choo's base hit. Off the end of the bat, coming home is Hanser Alberto, and he is shot down as Alexi Ramirez is able to charge the ball and throw on the run to get Hanser. Well, going on contact, and that's the price you pay for a ball hit very much at an infielder.
This is definitely a going on contact play. You see, as soon as the ball's hit, Alberto takes off to the plate, and the only play Ramirez has is to charge that ball.
Well, Hanser shot down at the plate, and with runners at 1st and 3rd now. And Don Cooper, the pitching coach, going to go out and have a chat with Jose Quintana and the entire infield. Prince Fielder, the hitter. What they're going to do is talk about whether you want to go aggressively at Prince Fielder, whether you want to pitch around him, whether you want to walk him intentionally. RBI, you see Fielder 4th in the American League this year with 47 of them. He is only 4 behind the league leaders. So a decision to be made, and Don Cooper leaving the mound, so the decision has been made what they're going to do. And we will find out here momentarily. Fielder today has doubled to left and walked. As Shin-Soo Choo at 3rd base, Ryan Rua at 1st, and 2 outs. Reds with runners in scoring position, the 2nd highest average in the American League at .419. And they're not even going to mess around. They're going to go ahead and intentionally walk him. Something you don't see all the time. When first base is not open, there's a base open, but it's second base.
No, you don't see that very often at all. But Prince is a run producer. That's what he does. And, not taking anything away from Mitch Moreland at all. Mitch has been great, especially in these kind of situations when they walk Prince to get to him. But Prince is the one who's been doing it for years and years, and they've identified, hey, Prince is the guy that we're not going to let beat us. It's going to have to be somebody else. And we've seen it, not that Mitch can't do it, but Mitch is going to have to prove that that he can do it in this situation today.
Well, Mitch proved it here on Friday night. That game started by Chris Sale. And we'll take you back to that moment as the AT&T Uverse Rewind Friday night against David Robertson. Bases loaded in the 9th inning. Rangers trailing 1-0. Mitch Moreland turned the score around with that 2-run single. Coming off the bench as a pinch hitter. And Mitch Moreland in a similar situation here, except the Rangers lead 1-0, and this is in the top of the 5th. An average of .395 for his career. Mitch Moreland with the bases loaded. And he's got Ranger teammates at every station. Mitch today has grounded to first and lined to center. Lined to right center and get it deep. Yeah, and Mac, going back to that walking Prince Fielder too, I would imagine Don Cooper and Robin Ventura had to gauge their comfort with asking Jose Quintana to pitch around Prince Fielder, whether they thought he could pitch around without making a mistake in the strike zone.
Right. And, you know, for a young guy, that's hard to do. Or you tell me, Buzz, what is it like for a young guy to have to pitch around somebody, not give him something good to hit, but yet not throw a wild pitch?
Yeah, that's the hard part, is how do you make, you know, the old saying of don't give him anything good to hit, but don't walk it. Well, now how do you do that? You know, get a little experience under your belt, and you can figure out what you can do that best with. 1-0 pitch coming to Mitch. Little looper into left field. Going out is Gillespie, and makes a diving over-the-shoulder kick. Connor Gillespie with a great defensive play to prevent at least a couple of runs from scoring, and the Rangers are gone in the 5th. They leave the bases full, and we played half the ball game with the Rangers leading the White Sox 1-0. June 24th, the Rangers take on the Oakland A's. So head on out to Globe Life Park for some summer fun and enjoy ballpark hot dogs for just $1 each. Visit TexasRangers.com for tickets, or you can call 972-RANGERS. The Rangers almost had a big break in the ball game. Nice play by Connor Gillespie, the third baseman, back to home plate, making an over-the-shoulder diving catch to take a looping single away from Mitch Moreland to leave the bases full. Now Tyler Flowers starting off the bottom of the 5th inning in a 1-0 game. Flowers a ground ball to first, his first time up. That was after Connor Gillespie had opened up the 3rd inning with a double. Gillespie getting to third on the ground out, but the White Sox not able to score him. Rangers have left 3 men on third base this afternoon. The Sox have left 2 men on third.
Pitchers have been making pitches when they need to make them.
3-0 the count to Flowers. And ball 4. 4-pitch walk puts Flowers aboard to open up the 5th inning. Let's take a look at our Kubota power stats. We're talking about yesterday. Max Scherzer How about that? A no-hitter that was very close to being a perfect game. Last two starts, 57 batters faced, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 hit batter, and 26 strikeouts for sure. I think that's, call that being on a roll.
You know, I'm going to have to just say it. Yes,
Yeah.
that's dominating.
Yeah.
57 batters and 1 hit.
That's something. The 1 hit by pitch yesterday came with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Perfect game on the line at that point, and Jose Tabata took one off the elbow. A disputed taking it off the elbow, but nonetheless ruined the perfect game bid. Carlos Sanchez, the hitter, with Tyler Flowers at first. Sanchez singled to left field, his first time to the plate. White Sox 5 hits this afternoon. The Rangers with 4. Ryan Rua's home run, the difference in the ball game. 2 balls and no strikes. All of a sudden, Giovanni Gallardo, 6 straight pitches out of the strike zone to open up the 5th inning.
Buzz, can that extra time in between innings have an effect on a pitcher like that?
It could, Mac, but I think, you go back to the 4th inning, Gallardo was starting to lose command of the strike zone then. It was a struggle for him. Flowers on the move, and the pitch popped up, a hit and run. And again, Rua, a long run in. This one way up there, so he's got time. That is out number 1. But Giovanni had started having problems last inning with the command, and I think it just carried over. Hopefully, what you hope as a pitcher and a pitching coach is that you have 1 inning like that, and you get through it the way Giovanni did with no damage done on the run column. Come in, sit down, regroup, catch your breath, make whatever mental adjustments you need to, and it's gone by the time you go back out for the next inning. That wasn't the case. Giovanni went out there and 6 straight pitches out of the strike zone. Fortunately, on the hit and run, he got the pop out. Good point brought up as to, is that a very good time to put on the hit and run when you had a pitcher who's thrown 6 out of the strike zone? That's,
I actually like it. 2-0. Gallardo's a veteran pitcher. You've got a guy that's not necessarily a power hitter, so chances are Gallardo's going to be in the strike zone to get a strike over. So I thought it was a great call.
That's one of those ones where if you get a base hit, it's the greatest call ever. And if you don't get a base hit, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's what got the offense going, that hit and run.
That's right.
Worked to perfection that I put on. Yeah.
At the top of the order again, Adam Eaton with his 3rd at bat of the afternoon. Eaton 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a foul out to left field. Flowers at first, a fairly modest lead. And that one hit high and out of play, twisting well back into the seats. And yesterday, Max Scherzer, a 2-2 count with 2 out, and Jose Tabata. Well, the rule says you can't go into the ball, but it doesn't say you have to make a great effort to get out of the way of the ball either. So, and he didn't.
Tabata did not make an effort to get out of the way of the ball, and there's nothing wrong with that really, but he didn't lean into it, but he didn't try to get out of the way either.
Pretty classy about Max Scherzer. He said, hey, that was a bad pitch on my part.
Right.
It wasn't anywhere near where I wanted it, and it happened.
Right.
He did go on and finish the no-hitter, but not the perfecto. 2-1 now, the count to Eaton. Eaton a 244 average. Second was Joe McEwing down there at 3rd for the White Sox. Got Tyler Flowers with not great speed at first. Rangers looking for that ground ball at an infielder. See if they can't turn 2. Line drive to center. Leonis Martin started in and then backtracked very quickly. Well, he got a great jump coming in and an even better jump going back from the same ball. And needed to.
Yeah, he jumped on that ball. The ball kind of took off. Initially, I thought it was going to, Leonis was going to have to come in as well. Unfortunately, Leonis is the one out there and made the right call.
Leona's coming in, hit the reverse button real quick. No, 2 outs. Abisail Garcia now will face Giovanni Gallardo. Gallardo has been able to strike out Garcia both times today. Last time he had runners at first and third, and he struck him out to end the inning. And there's a big curveball for strike 1 on the check swing. .271 the average for Garcia this year. Gallardo back to him. That's low and outside. Russ Detweiler, who very good job. Saw him in yesterday's ball game. Getting loose in that Ranger bullpen. Garcia waiting as Gallardo comes back to the plate. This is high and away. It's 2-1. Garcia, still a very young man, just turned 24 last week. Played parts of 2 seasons with Detroit, came over here in the 2013 season. It's fouled back. That evens the count at 2-2. It actually was a 3-player or 3-team trade with the Tigers and Boston and the White Sox involved. The trade deadline of 2013. One on, 2 outs, a 2-2 count to Garcia. Gallardo a check of first and to the plate. Into center field. Good jump again by Leonis Martin, and he captured that. Another leadoff walk, no damage for Giovanni Gallardo and the Rangers. We have finished 5. It remains 1-0 Texas on Fox Sports Southwest. Brought to you by Sonic. Today's jackpot is worth $1,200 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. If a Ranger hits a home run during this inning, Matt Hoffman from Waxahachie will win $1,200. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Matt is going to win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Matt, good luck to you. You've got Adam Rosales, Joey Gallo, and Robinson Chirinos. First 3 to do the swinging against Jose Quintana. I like your chances with Joey coming up. Joey's about ready to launch another one.
Well,
maybe after Adam Rosales gets on.
I'm kind of liking Adam to launch one off the left-hander, yeah.
And he likes it in this ballpark, too. Adam today has popped out twice. Once to shallow right, once to second. Quintana misses high for ball one. Rosales now an even .230 with the batting average. Rangers leading 1-0. And there is a strike. Rosales, as we mentioned, 5 career home runs against the White Sox. That's his most against any single opponent. Also his 12 RBI against Chicago, the most. All the home runs and all the RBI have come in just 16 games here at U.S. Cellular. 2-1 pitch from Quintana. He was going for it.
That was the pitch, just a little high.
2-2.
Right there at the top of the strike zone. Just couldn't catch up to it. That pitch looks so good when it's coming in. It really does.
And that one just a little bit higher. And Quintana going up the ladder for the strikeout. One gone. Here comes Gallo. Before Joey Gallo steps in, let's send it back to Rick Renner for a Mazda game break. All right, Rick, thank you. Joey Gallo, a big swing and a miss. It is 0-1. Last time up, Gallo smoked one to right field. He had a line driver about 340 feet to right field. When he had kept in the ballpark and had a little bit of hook and topspin on it. You don't see an outfielder get handcuffed very often by a line drive, but that one handcuffed Abisael Garcia out there.
No, that's when you hit the ball extremely hard. When you can handcuff an outfielder, yeah.
1-1 pitch. 1-2. Jose Quintana kind of used to what he's seeing on the scoreboard from his teammates. That'd be a 0 up there. 2.46 runs in support this year when he has pitched. That's the lowest in the American, or second lowest in the American League. Corey Kluber, last year's Cy Young winner. Only one with fewer runs in support. And Gallo gone on strikes. There are 2 gone. Quintana now with 5 strikeouts.
Buzz, does that affect you as a pitcher when you know that when you go out there, your team's not scoring runs for you?
Not really. I think, Mac, at least from my standpoint, what I focused on was who I was pitching against and what I thought, he was going to give up or what we were going to be able to do against him. But, my job didn't change no matter what the situation was as far as scoring runs. I was always told that your job as a starting pitcher is to go out and shut out your opposition until your club scores 2. And then if you want to give up 1 run, you can.
I like that philosophy.
Yeah. You're going to win most of your ball games, I think, if you do that successfully. Not that I did it successfully all the time, but it was kind of how I looked at what a starter's job is. That and 9 innings was requisite for a quality start. 9 shutout innings.
Not 6?
No. Certainly not 6 with 3 earned runs. 0-2 pitch coming to Chirinos. It's high and outside. But times change. Robinson has struck out and popped to second today. Quintana with a 1-2 pitch. Now we're even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Robinson, Chirinos trying to get aboard here in the 6th inning. Rangers just 4 hits this afternoon off of Jose Quintana. They've had a couple of walks, but and an error, but just haven't been able to muster any kind of offensive consistency. And that's been the case now for the better part of the last week. 2-2, tried the back door, and somebody put the lock on it. A full count to Chirinos. Robbins is able to extend this inning. Leonis Martin, the Rangers center fielder, would be next. Quintana to the wind, and the payoff pitch coming. Try it again. Rangers had back-to-back innings in which they stranded 5 runners. That was the 4th and the 5th. Had opportunities, but going 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position and not being able to get those guys home. He had a great defensive play to take a base hit away from Mitch Moreland with the bases loaded. Down the right field line, long run for Garcia, but that ball peeling off and going back into the second row. No, still a full count. Robinson Chirinos the last couple of times up has really been giving Quintana a hard time. He's now seen 15 pitches in his last 2 at-bats. Ended up striking out last time up, but a chance here to not only wear out Quintana but get himself on base. Another 3-2.
Well, this is a good time to wear him out. Getting up close to 100 pitches. That was his 92nd pitch there.
You have to have done an awful lot of work to be in the 6th inning, having thrown 90 pitches, 91 pitches, and not giving up more than 1 run. That's skating on some pretty thin ice for the most part. The line drive pulled foul. Security detail down there at U.S. Cellular. Giovanni Gallardo in the other dugout has thrown 98 pitches in 5 innings. He's twirling a shutout. Next Quintana pitch. Right center field, Eaton retreating back toward the track. There to make the grab, and that'll do it. Couple of strikeouts and a fly ball to center. Rangers gone in order. After 5.5 in Chicago, Rangers 1, White Sox nothing on Fox Sports Southwest. Think of Globe Life Park. You know there's no better place to celebrate the 4th than with the Rangers, and They will be playing the Angels on July 4th, an 8:05 game. Following the game, fans will be treated to a spectacular 4th of July fireworks display presented by Papa John's. Visit TexasRangers.com to buy your tickets and spend your 4th with the Rangers. Well, Yovani Gallardo's day has come to an end. 5 innings of work, shutting out the White Sox on 5 hits with 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. He gives way to the left-hander Ross Detweiler. Saw Ross for a couple of innings yesterday, a couple of quick innings in relief of Nick Martinez in that ball game. And on here to work to Abreu, LaRoche, and Cabrera in the White Sox 6th inning. Detweiler appearing in his 12th ball game, his 4th in relief. I think that is 5th. Jose Abreu today has a single and 2 trips. 1-0 pitch to him. And low and inside. Yovani Gallardo with 5 more shutout innings today. That's 15 straight scoreless innings worked by Gallardo. Two-0 pitch to Abreu. 2-1.
Well, I don't think Gallardo had his best stuff, but again, he went out there and he battled, kept his team in it, left the ball game with a 1-run lead, and that's really what you want. You want to be able to keep your team close. And, you know, he's a veteran pitcher. He just went out there and he battled. Didn't have the command that he would have liked, but he kept the team close.
And Abreu with his second hit of the afternoon as he lines one into left field. A leadoff safety here in the 6th inning. So Abreu aboard for Adam LaRoche. Yeah, and you bring up a good point, Matt, that you know, it wasn't the kind of day that he's going to look back on fondly as far as the stuff he had or his command, but he did enough to keep the White Sox off the board in the run column for 5 innings. And a warm, humid day today, it sapped him. LaRoche 0 for 2. That's out of play to the left. White Sox now for the 4th straight inning have their leadoff man aboard. Abreu single. Adam LaRoche with a ground ball to short and a fly ball to left today. Detweiler a check of first. Foul back. No balls and 2 strikes. Ross Detweiler, 29-year-old, St. Louis native. Came over to the Rangers in a 3-player trade this last offseason. Left-hander a check of first. Got him swinging. Good pitch down and in. And LaRoche not able to get the head of the bat to it. That is out number 1, and it brings up Melky Cabrera.
Great pitch by Detweiler. He takes that ball down and in, little tail in action. It's underneath the bat of LaRoche. Great spot, great location.
Detweiler has really been able to handle left-handers very effectively. Coming into play today, left-handers hitting just 200. Right-handers, however, 367. And here's a guy that has not been swinging the bat well right-handed at all, and that would be Melky Cabrera. Cabrera, of course, a switch hitter. From the left side of the plate, a 267 average. As a right-hander, 131. One of the big reasons that Jeff Bannister opted for Detweiler in this inning. That's low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Turn Cabrera around. He had LaRoche hitting from the left side of the plate. Jeff Bannister, just to his right, Steve Buechele, the bench coach. 2 balls, no strikes to Cabrera. Cabrera with a pair of singles, both as a left-handed hitter, coming against Giovanni Gallardo. Abreu a short lead at first, and he will draw a throw. Detweiler last year with the Washington Nationals spent the year in the bullpen. He wasn't particularly thrilled with it, but really pitched pretty well out of the pen for Washington with 2-3 in 47 games. That's lined foul down the left field line by Cabrera. Got that pitch up and just a little bit quick with the swing. So it's 2-1.
Happy zone there for Cabrera. Anything in from the right side anyway.
And John Edwards, Ranger right-hander, up and throwing in support of Ross Detweiler. After Cabrera, you've got a couple of right-handers due up. Pitch outside, 3 balls and a strike now. Well, Cabrera hitting 5th in the order. He'll be followed by the shortstop, Alexei Ramirez. Detweiler back to the plate. And a base hit to left field. Now, Cabrera mentioned a 131 hitter right-handed, but you get behind a major league hitter 3-1, and that's what can happen. So 2 aboard with 1 out. The right-handed hitting Ramirez coming up with Mike Maddox on his way to the mound. Cabrera 3 for 3 today.
Detweiler trying to get that outside part of the plate. The ball tails back over the inside. Nope, he kept that one fair. Here in the hole. His 3rd hit of the day.
Well, Mike Maddox out there talking with the battery of Ross Detweiler and Robinson Chirinos. Saying, okay, that's the guy right over there. You get a ground ball back to you. See Adam Rosales over there? You're going to throw the ball to him at second base. He's going to be standing there waiting for you.
And he's going to go first?
Yeah.
Then that'll be it.
Then you come back in the dugout and we'll talk about it in there.
Instructions.
You know, that instructive mound visit concluded. You get 2 on with 1 out. Alexei Ramirez has lined into a double play today. That was right back to the box. Gallardo started that twin killing. It's also flied to right field as Alexei Ramirez. Detweiler with the first pitch to the White Sox shortstop. 1 ball, no strikes. Ramirez just 1 for 18 in the first 4 games, plus 2 at bats of this homestand for the White Sox. White Sox lost 2 straight to the Pirates here, and of course the Rangers came in and won on Friday night. White Sox snapping that 8-game losing streak yesterday. Robin Ventura's club still in 5th place in the American League Central, 11 games behind the division-leading Kansas City Royals. High and tight. And the count moves to 2-1.
A lot of people expect this White Sox team to contend this year. They just didn't get off to a great start, and they haven't been able to turn things around.
You know, a lot of big splashes brought in here in the offseason. David Robertson out in the bullpen. The closer, Adam LaRoche. There's a chopper foul. Melky Cabrera. They thought really you were going to stock up and really do some work in the American League Central, and that hasn't happened.
Oh, it's kind of hard to explain. You look on paper and you see guys with good numbers over the years, and you bring them all together, but it just doesn't materialize. We've seen it happen time and time again over the last few years with certain teams. And you just really can't put a finger on it sometimes.
Throwing Jeff Samardzija in there also. That's a pretty hefty outlay of dollars. Pitch is outside. The count is now full to Ramirez. With one out, Alexei Ramirez running the count all the way out. He'll be followed by Connor Gillespie, left-handed hitting third baseman. Ross Detweiler in a little bit of a jam here. Runners at first and second, one out. A 1-0 Ranger lead here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Brayu at second, Milky Cabrera at first. Detweiler with a payoff pitch. Little looper. Moreland going out. He can't get it. It's in for a hit. Coming in to score is Abreu. The throw is laid on to third. Goes Cabrera. It's a looping RBI single by Alexei Ramirez, and we are tied at 1.
Detweiler trying to go down and in, left it up just a little bit. Ramirez just dunks it over Mitch Moreland's head. The White Sox run the board with their first run. Brady coming around third. Not a bad location, just not quite deep enough in the inside part of the plate or down enough.
The White Sox now with 8 hits this afternoon. They have put 3 together in this inning to tie the ball game. They have the go-ahead run at third, still just one out. Connor Gillespie is 1 for 2 with a double. Detweiler, a check of Ramirez at first, and he will go that way with a toss. The White Sox scoring for just the third, or scoring in just the third inning, third separate inning of this series. Gillespie now a .250 hitter, 3 home runs, 14 RBI. Rangers playing the middle of the infield back at double play depth. Detweiler in the first pitch. Breaking ball hangs high and tight. 1-0, and that's one thing that Ross has not been able to do this afternoon, to get ahead of the hitters. Zach, as a hitter, does it give you a little more optimism when a pitcher can't get ahead of you and he's always pitching from behind?
I love it. I love it. You can sense when a guy's out there struggling and he's falling behind. Then you can sit and wait for a pitch. Whether, he throws a strike in there when it's 2-0 or 1-0. If he's consistently behind, that makes it much easier for the hitter.
Fly ball to left, slicing back to Rule, who makes the catch, tagging at third. Coming in to score the go-ahead run is Milky Cabrera, and the White Sox lead it 2-1. Sacrifice fly from Connor Gillespie. And Jeff Bannister out of the Ranger dugout with the right-handed hitting Tyler Flowers coming up. Bannister motions that he wants the hard throwing right-hander John Edwards to come into this ball game. So Ross Detweiler gives up a couple of runs on 3 hits. Still has a man on first, his responsibility with 2 outs here in the 6th. Pitch and change underway. We'll be back to Chicago right after this. Texas on the hill now. Takes over for Ross Detweiler. Edwards appearing in his 11th ball game. No record of 635 earned run average. Lead getting 286 against him. Last time we saw John was out in L.A. against the Dodgers. He worked there in the first ball game on Wednesday night against L.A. Worked just a one-hitter, gave up a walk, and that was all he was asked to face. So in here, inheriting a runner at first and 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 runs across for the White Sox to take the lead, and Tyler Flowers, who is 0 for 1 today, will step in. Flowers, a ground ball to first in the 3rd inning. Last time up, Flowers drew a walk. Got Ramirez at first, who has very good speed. First fastball at 85 miles an hour. Fouled off. It is 0-1. John Edwards, who originally signed out of Keller High School as an outfielder, outfielder. St. Louis picked him and spent several years trying to develop the skills necessary to get to the big leagues as a hitter. Well, having trouble hitting the hard slider, I might as well try and throw it for a living. And he has done that. Went to the Independent League and took up pitching, and he has been a success story, second to none as far as getting to the big leagues with the Rangers.
He's not the only one that was not able to hit breaking balls. Trying to make it to the big leagues.
1 ball and 1 strike. Snap throw to first and back Ramirez. Let's see Chirinos unloading that cannon down to first. 2 balls and a strike though to Tyler Flowers. White Sox have taken a 2-1 lead. Put together 3 hits and a sacrifice fly for a couple of runs against Ross Detweiler. So Yovani Gallardo will get no decision here this afternoon after 5 shutout innings. And ball 3 is outside. The Flowers hitting 8th in the order, trying to extend this inning. Carlos Sanchez, the White Sox second baseman, waiting in the wings. Chirinos flashing out the signs, and John Edwards agrees and sets. 3-2. Edwards able to come back and fill the count now with 2 outs. Ramirez will be off and moving with the next Edwards pitch. Flowers getting back in the batter's box. Ramirez stepping off his lead at first. Edwards ready. Ramirez on the move. The payoff pitch got him swinging. Went with a breaking ball and gets the strikeout of Tyler Flowers. Inning is over, but White Sox take the lead. They get 2 runs on 3 hits and lead 1. We're going to the 7th. It's now 2-1 Chicago. the right foot as Ryan Rua in the first inning hit his first home run of the year, a 421-foot blast. But then against Ross Detweiler, who came into the ballgame in the sixth, the White Sox came back. A little looping RBI single by Alexa Ramirez tied the game. And then a sacrifice fly by Connor Gillespie put the White Sox on top in that sixth inning. A two-run inning for Chicago, and it's 2-1 White Sox as we head to the top of the seventh inning. Well, Jose Quintana might have thought he was in the wrong ballpark looking up there, and it feels like he's leading in the ball game now 2-1, something that hasn't happened to him in a while. 2 whole runs for him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a little shocked. Hopefully he won't know what to do with it.
There you go. Now Leonis Martin will try and get aboard to start off the Rangers seventh. Leonis, a strikeout and a ground ball to second base today. Breaking ball hangs inside for ball 1. Leonis now 0 for his last 21 times to the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's a good situation or a good time in the ball game for Leonis to try and maybe drop down a bunt. I know he tried it last time and fouled it off, but you've got to get on base any way you can. You're down the run and you're on the road.
Hits this one well to right field. Going back is Garcia at the wall. Goodbye. Better than a bunt.
Or hit a home run. What do you think?
Or drive it out of here into the Ranger bullpen. And Leonis Martin with his 5th home run of the year, and we are tied once again at 2-2.
Just like I said, great time for Leonis to tie the ball game up with a home run. Gets a hanging breaking ball from Quintana, and man, he drilled that one right. Got some extension and the sound and the drive.
That ball just shot out of here. Well, dead even once again. And here is Hanser Alberto taking strike 1. That broke an 0 for 21 streak that Leonis Martin was in. Boy, what a way to break out of it. Alberto chops it wide to third. Gillespie has it. That is out number 1. Now back to the top of the Ranger order. Well, Leonis Martin with his 5th home run, 22nd RBI of the year. Well, folks, tomorrow Team USA continues its quest for a 3rd title. Our coverage of the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup round of 16 begins when they take on Colombia. The winner go home matchup for both teams. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Fox Sports 1. And catch the whole tournament streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Oh, and 1 the count to Shin-Soo Choo, who doubled to left his last time up. Makes that pitch a bit low. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Choo, you'll remember with that double into the corner in left field, snapped an 0 for 11 that he was in. Little looper out into left center field, dropping in a hurry. A dive by Cabrera, and he makes a great backhanded catch with full extension on the dive. Oh, what a play by Melky Cabrera.
Well, it looked like it had a chance to get down for a minute. Melky is a very good outfielder. Coming across. She got jammed on that a little bit. Melky lays out, nice backhand play. Takes an extra base hit away from Choo. That doesn't make you feel good as a hitter when you're struggling and then you see a guy do that to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
No.
I wouldn't think so. Here's Ryan Rua. Rua with that home run in the first inning. His first of the year. Now batting at .214 sixth inning. His fly to center and reached on a fielder's choice. A strike to the outer edge. It's 1-1. Well, both runs today for the Rangers coming via the home run. Rua in the first and Martin here in the 7th. 2 balls and a strike. Quintana to the wide. Took something off that, had Rua out in front a little bit. And the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I'm not sure he really wants to give Rua another fastball to hit.
Now that the one that Rua saw in the first inning went a long way. And that's something that'll stick in a pitcher's mind very vividly. 2-2. Another changeup.
Not unless he just doesn't believe that he really can hit it that far. Then he might.
Yeah. Rule waiting, and Quintana back to it. Broken bat looper out towards short. Alexei Ramirez makes the catch. That'll do it. But the Rangers get even as Leonis Martin starts off the inning with a home run. Stretch time here in Chicago. 2-2 the score. Now please join as the public address announcer introduces God Bless America.
Support of our country and our men and women stationed overseas. Please welcome Jen Porter for the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Tuesday, June 23rd is the perfect time to take advantage of this offer. Rangers play host to the Oakland A's, and get your tickets online at texasrangers.com/specials using the online coupon code OZARKA. Keone Kela, the 22-year-old right-hander, is into the ballgame here in the 7th inning. And he is dealing to Carlos Sanchez, the number 9 hitter, to start things off for the White Sox. His 33rd appearance of the year. Last time we saw Keone was in Los Angeles on that Thursday night. He was the victim of a walk-off balk. High and tight.
I can't remember the last time I saw one. I know I've seen it somewhere. That was different.
Last time it happened to the Rangers was 2000 with Jeff Zimmerman with a walk-off balk against them. Here's a fastball for a strike. It's 2-1. Actually has 1 for 2 this afternoon. Had a third inning single. Last time up in the fifth, the fly ball to left field. Sanchez, the young second baseman, hitting just 149. That's out of play to the left. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Relief appearances for Keone Kela this year, his 33rd. That puts him second in the American League to Evan Scribner of the A's. And with Mark Zepchinski and Aaron Thompson of Minnesota. You talk about coming out of nowhere, taking the club out of spring training. He's second in the league now for Keone Kela in appearances. He gets a little pop up to Gallo for out number 1. Now before Adam Eaton steps in, let's send it back to Rick Renner for a Mazda game break. All right, Rick, thank you. Adam Eaton gets a good look at Keone Kela's curveball on the first pitch. Eaton was looking for a fastball, but he happened to get the breaking ball. 0-1. Eaton 0 for 3 today. He's lined to center, fouled to left, and struck out swinging. Good fastball in there at the knees. 0-2. White Sox 2 runs on 8 hits, 1 error. Rangers 2 runs on 5 hits and no errors. Tapper right back to Kela. Underhand to Mitch Moreland for out number 2. Well, 2 up, 2 away. Now Keone will face Abisail Garcia.
Buzz, what's really been impressive? What's impressed you the most with Kela and how he's handled himself so far this season?
Well, he looks very calm. He has that kind of demeanor on the mound where it doesn't appear that much bothers him. I know he's got some butterflies churning from time to time. Talking to him afterwards, I understand that he just hides it very well. But I think the thing that gets me most, he's not afraid to go out there and throw an off-speed pitch for the first pitch to any hitter, like there to Garcia. His ability to do that, his desire to do that, his acceptance to do that, to me, has been critical. He just has a repertoire that he's not afraid to use in any situation. I think that's a great attribute to have. 0-2 now, the count to Garcia after the foul ball. Kela seems to have also, Matt, that short memory you heard about with relievers. That, okay, you give up, take a loss, you give up a hit. Next time out, it's all gone. You don't remember that. Got him swinging. Oh, very quick and tidy 1-2-3 inning. Keone Kela sends the White Sox down. We're going to the 8th in Chicago. Rangers and the White Sox tied at 2. finishing up here this afternoon in Chicago. An off day tomorrow, and then a very quick 3-game homestand against the Oakland A's. And it's back on the road to Toronto for 3 and Baltimore for 4 to end the month of June and start the month of July. That's the last trip that the Rangers will have prior to the All-Star break this year. And the clouds starting to hide the sun a bit here in Chicago as we head to the top of the 8th inning. And Zach Duke, the 32-year-old veteran left-hander out of Waco, Texas, he is on. Duke will face Prince fielder Mitch Moreland and Adam Rosales. A 2-2 ball game. And Duke is always dropping down against the left-hander. He throws strike 1. Understand the temperature with the breeze coming off the lake now has dropped down some 9 degrees. It was 90 degrees at game time. It's dropped down to 81. And Prince swinging a miss at the breaking ball. Fielder a double and then a couple of walks. One of the walks intentional. Zach Duke back to the plate. Tried the fastball and it's low and inside. 1-2. Outfield playing Prince just about straight away. The infield shading around to the right. He's gone on strikes. Duke dropping down with that big sweeping breaking ball. Gets a strikeout of the first man he faces. Next will be Mitch Moreland.
Duke with that drop down slider, sling ball, whatever you want to call it. It's just absolutely tough on left-handers. I don't know how you can stand there and even swing at it. I mean, he can throw it for a strike, don't get me wrong, but just to, number one, be able to pick it up.
Yeah, you mentioned the other night, Mac, it's got to look to a left-hander, to a hitter like Duke is throwing somewhere around second base, delivering that thing to you. Zach Duke has been around. He has acquired the experience that allows him to throw from those different angles. Came up originally with the Pirates back in 2005. And Moreland, a chopper out towards second. Sanchez a little flip to first. There are 2 gone. The base is empty, 2 away. Adam Rosales coming up. Zach Duke spent his first 4 years with the Pirates and went over to the Diamondbacks. Also spent some time in Washington, Cincinnati, and last year in Milwaukee. The Brewers last year, Duke had an outstanding year. 74 appearances. He ended up 5-2 with a 2.45 ERA. Rosales, a couple of pop outs and a strikeout today. Adam takes strike 1. Zach Duke coming back with that changeup that floats outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. The first 2 games in this series been decided by 1 run, and this looks like it's going to be no different. A 2-2 game here in the top of the 8th inning. Dominated by pitching. 2-1 on Friday night, 3-2 yesterday. Rangers winning on Friday, and the White Sox returning the favor. A 3-2 afternoon game. And now a 2-2 game as we play in the 8th here today. A ball and 2 strikes. Just getting a piece of it. Rosales stays alive.
It's like Duke can be equally tough on right-handers as he is left-handers.
Did it bother you at all as a right-handed hitter when a left-hander would drop down?
Loved it. Because it's coming into me as a switch hitter. So you see it all day long. You can make whatever adjustments you have to. Now, you know, when it's Randy Johnson dropping down to 97. That's a different story.
Yeah, right.
But, you know, a guy like this didn't bother me. On the right side, you remember Jeff Nelson?
Sure.
He bothered me, even though he's coming in.
Right.
Because he had that slider, but he also had one that he could sink away. And he was sinking it away at 92, 93. And he didn't mind hitting you either.
Yeah, he threw that frisbee up there that had to look like it kept breaking. 3-2 pitch to Rosales, and we'll try it again. Rosales making it tough on Zach Duke. Eighth pitch of this at bat coming up. 3-2 with 2 outs, bases empty. Duke peering in for the signs. Rosales waiting. Fly ball hit deep down the left field line, but that's hooking. And it's well foul. Adam didn't bother to get too far down the line, even though he is the fastest human alive with a home run trot. It's a home run sprint for him.
Home run sprint and a home run and a walk sprint.
Yeah. Another 3-2 pitch. Gillespie gets it before the shortstop and throws out Rosales. So Duke comes in as a 1-2-3 inning. Rangers gone in the 8th after 7.5. It's the Rangers 2, the White Sox 2 on Fox Sports Southwest.
The White Sox. This is the finale of a 3-game set between these two teams. We head home after today's game. Off day on Monday, then on Tuesday begins a 3-game series against the Oakland A's. Chichi Gonzalez going for the Rangers, looking to continue the hot start to his major league career. 2-1 in his first 4 starts with a .9 ERA, looking to continue that trend on Tuesday. Things get going at 7 o'clock here on Fox Sports Southwest. Thanks to the folks at AT&T Universe for bringing us all the good stuff, guys.
All right, Em, thank you. Josiah Brady, who's starting things off here in the 8th against Keone Kellen. Never got a big hook and then got the fastball. Fouled back by Abreu. No balls and 2 strikes very quickly. Abreu, a pair of singles. He has singled each of his last 2 times up. Now batting in an even .290. Well, this is the heart of the White Sox order that Keone has to navigate. Fly ball hit hard but pushed foul down the right side. Back into the seat. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Gione came in, worked a 1-2-3 7th inning. To pop up a ground out and a strikeout. Now the young right-hander ahead in the count to Jose Abreu. Got him swinging. There's that hook. Second strikeout for Keller. 1 gone. Adam LaRoche coming up.
Nice pitch for Keller. Started him off first pitch with a breaking ball. Finished him off with a breaking ball. Used the fastball a couple of times. Got ahead of him. Down and away off the plate. Looks like it's going to be on the outer part of the plate. It breaks away. Nothing Abreu can do with that one.
No, the base is empty and 1 out now. And Jeff Bannister out. He wants the left-hander Sam Freeman to come on with LaRoche and then Cabrera due up next. So a pitching change underway here at U.S. Cellular. We're back after this on Fox Sports Southwest. On now to take over here in the 8th inning. Sam Freeman appearing in his 16th ball game. No record in 10 1/3 innings. The league hitting .243 against him. He will face Adam LaRoche with the bases empty. LaRoche today 0 for 3, a strikeout, a flyout, and a ground out. Sam Freeman from the Carrollton area went to Hebron High School in Carrollton. That first pitch high and tight for ball 1. Last time we saw Sam Freeman was in L.A. when he was bringing gas on Thursday night.
It's his best outing since he's been with us.
Yeah.
I actually like that first pitch there he threw to LaRoche.
Not bad. And he comes back with the most important pitch of the at-bat. The one that followed up with a well-placed fastball. That was on Wednesday, the hold that he had against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Inning and 2/3. Did not allow a base runner, had a couple of strikeouts. And that pitch to the outer edge at 95 miles an hour. 1-2. Sam Freeman working himself into a spot where he's showing he can be counted on for late inning matchup situations with left-handed hitters. The 1-2 pitch. LaRoche has had one previous experience with Sam Freeman. Went 0 for 1 and had a walk. Call strike 3.
Wow.
95 and down at the knees. Rose barking a little bit. Jerry Davis as he walks back to the White Sox dugout.
Looks pretty good to me. Got a lot of plays. Handle with the fastball again. Set up LaRose perfectly. First pitch to him, 95, up and in, breasting back a little bit, just to make him uncomfortable as that left-handed hitter. I love it. Not anywhere near his head or anything like that. Just to let him know that, hey, I want this inside part of the plate. Came back with the next pitch, a fastball on the inside part of the plate for a strike. Finished him off down and away with a fastball.
Melky Cabrera takes strike one. Again, Cabrera today 3 for 3. Check swing there, and he went around. He is down on the count now, 0-2. Mentioned last time up when Cabrera came on to face Ross Detweiler. Cabrera had been hitting 131 against left-handed pitching. And he got a base hit that time. You can see this has not been a normal occurrence for Cabrera. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You know, Freeman's actually been better at getting right-handers out. They're only hitting 190 off of him as opposed to left-handers hitting 313.
I think that number's going to change.
Yeah.
Keeps throwing this way.
Yes.
1-2 pitch coming. With a changeup. Couldn't get Cabrera to offer. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Melky Cabrera, a 244 average overall, facing Sam Freeman. Left-hander working quickly back to the plate. But Cabrera is scorching hot. Left center field. He's going to go for 2. Leonis Martin knocked the ball down. By the time he recovered, Cabrera has himself in scoring position with 2 outs. And Alexei Ramirez will be the hitter. 4-hit afternoon for Melky Cabrera.
Freeman trying to go with a breaking ball, a changeup, the outside part of the plate. Melky went out there and got it. Dumped it into left center field. Martin over.
So with a 2-out double now, Cabrera at second. Jeff Bannister on out to the mound. And he makes the call to the Ranger bullpen. Tanner Shepard summoned to come in to face Alexei Ramirez. So we have another pitching change underway here in Chicago. We are back after this on Fox Sports Southwest. He will inherit the go-ahead run at second base and 2 out here in the 8th inning. Shepard's appearing in his 22nd ball game. Last 2 times out, Tanner has really thrown the ball well. It looked like the Tanner Shepards of a couple of years ago. Came in and dominated against the Dodgers in 2 appearances. Both of them in L.A. League hitting just .234 against Shepherds. He's facing Alexei Ramirez, who is 1 for 3 this afternoon. The first pitch breaking ball. Ramirez able to check his swing for ball 1. Ramirez an RBI single in the 6th inning. At that juncture, tied the ball game at 1 apiece. He has the go-ahead run on board here in the 8th. Slowly hit out towards short. And Alberto, nice charge and pick up and throw. That will do it. So Shepherds gets Ramirez. The White Sox gone in the 8th. No runs a hit and 1 man left. We're going to the 9th at U.S. Cellular, tied at 2. Rangers, seems like every 9th inning they face David Robertson, and they're going to face him again here today. Robertson working on his 3rd consecutive day, his 29th appearance of the year. In the first 2 games, he has taken the loss. That was on Friday night, and he has gotten his 14th save. That was yesterday. On here in a non-save situation, has to get the Rangers in the 9th inning. He'll face Gallo, Chirinos, and Martin. Robertson, one of the big free agent signees by the White Sox, brought in to close things out. Joey Gallo, 1 for 3 this afternoon to start things off. Robertson, the first pitch of the 9th inning, and drops in a breaking ball for strike 1. Gallo had a pinch hitting appearance in yesterday's game, but that was in the 7th inning, so he didn't face David Robertson. It's a towering fly ball to right, way up there, and Ysael Garcia camps under it. That is out number 1. Joey Gallo back to first base. Or makes a right turn at first base, back to the dugout. Now Robinson Chirinos. Chirinos, pop out, a strikeout, and a fly ball to center. Robertson with the first pitch to the Ranger catcher. 0-1. Robertson changing pace a little bit today, dropping the breaking ball in. The first pitch, the 2 hitters now. Rangers didn't see that many off-speed pitches from him in the first 2 outings in this series.
I think it's smart for him to change his routine up. You know, you see a guy 3 days in a row, especially, you typically don't see a closer 3 days in a row.
There's a changeup. It's chopped down foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Chirinos. Robertson, primarily a cut fastball type pitcher. It's what he has used most often anyway. Also, will throw that curveball, as you've seen, and a very occasional changeup. But he's broken out his whole repertoire here today. Two balls and 2 strikes. Rangers just 5 hits today. 2 runs on 5 hits. Both the runs have come via the solo home run. Ruiz in the first and Martins in the 7th. And time called as Chirinos not quite ready to face David Robertson.
Chirinos has had some pretty good success in this ballpark. 3 home runs here in 7 career games. So he loves hitting here.
Breaking ball, call strike 3. Chirinos got locked up on that hook from Robertson. And that is out number 2.
Robertson going with a breaking ball. Ended up backing it up. He wanted it away, but got it on the inside part of the plate. Came back and got just enough of it.
Well, here's Leonys Martin now for his 4th at bat. Martin snapped an 0 for 21 with his 5th home run of the year last time up. Hit a line drive off of Jose Quintana that got into the Ranger bullpen. 1 ball, no strikes. The Rangers would love to see Leonys get aboard here and use that speed to get himself into scoring position. One 0 pitch. 1-1. We'll take you back to the 7th inning. Leonys against Jose Quintana. Got that breaking ball that stayed right in the middle of the plate, was screaming, "Hit me," when it left Quintana's hand. And Leonys obliged. There's strike 2.
There's that backdoor cutter that we talked about the other night. As a left-hand hitter, you're thinking, okay, that ball's off the plate. And then it cuts back and gets and either nips it or gets a good portion of it. There's not really a whole lot you can do. You can't cover both sides of the plate.
Chopper through the hole on the right side, a base hit. Now Leonys Martin now, the go-ahead run at first base, and we'll see if he's able to get a good jump and swipe second.
Great at bat by Martin. Stayed with it, got a breaking ball. Supposed to be down. It was at the bottom of the zone. He stayed right on it. Got in the hole. Got himself on base. Now he's got to get in scoring position.
Well, Leonys Martin with the 6th hit of the afternoon for the Rangers. And Leonys now 2 for 4 and breaking out of that hitless streak in pretty good fashion. Hanser Alberto lines one to right center field. Garcia right there to make the catch as he dropped down into a crouch. Now, Alberto hit it hard, but right at the right fielder, and that'll do it for the Rangers. No runs, a hit, 1 left. Bottom of the 9th coming up in Chicago, tied at 2. Baseball on Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By AT&T UVerse TV. UVerse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. And by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your Texas Ford dealer now for great deals on America's best-selling brand. Ford is the best in Texas. The bottom of the ninth inning here in Chicago, and Connor Gillespie leading off against Tanner Shepard. Gillespie 1 for 2 with a double. He's also had a sacrifice fly, driving in his 15th run of the year. Tanner Shepard came on to get the final out of the 8th inning. A ground ball by Alexi Ramirez. Check swing, he went around, says Jerry Davis, and the count moves to 0-2. Tanner, one of the few relievers anymore that will work from a windup. That goes back to his starting days. Most relievers just throw from the stretch all the time. But Shepard prefers to use that windup with nobody on base. Pitch a little bit short. Bounced in about 52 or 53 feet.
Is there an advantage to that, Buzz?
You know, I think it's whatever you're comfortable with. I think relievers do it because most of the time when they come into the game, they're throwing from a stretch anyway. And you just figured, well, okay, I'm not gonna have the variation. But if you feel comfortable using the windup, there's no reason why you can't. Pitch all the way to the backstop. Some guys, and it probably isn't accurate, some guys feel like you can throw harder from the windup. Tanner Shepard's grabbing the back of his left leg, and Kevin Harmon, Mike Maddox, everybody coming out there. Kind of slipped awkwardly on that last pitch. That left leg, of course, is landing leg, and that's not good.
Not at all.
Start trying to stretch that back of the left leg out, that hamstring area.
Hopefully it's just a cramp.
You just kind of tweaked it, turned on it, and immediately grabbed the back of his thigh. He says he's okay. So he's going to stay in. I think you're right, Mac. That it must have been just a cramp, just grabbed at him. I feel like somebody stabbed you with an ice pick back there.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling.
No, everybody's satisfied that Tanner's okay. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Gillespie. Chirinos with the sign. Now the pitch from Tanner Shepard. Got him swinging. I guess he's all right.
Yeah. Didn't grab it that time. We'll take it.
That is out number 1, and Tyler Flowers coming out.
Trying to go down in the zone, left it up, breaking ball. But Gillespie missed it anyway, so we'll take that one.
Flowers 0 for 2 today with a walk. Grounded out and struck out. Chopper to third, and Joey Gallo able to get it before it bounces again, and on to first, 2 outs. Now Carlos Sanchez will face Shepard.
So you have 2 quick outs. That's what you want to be able to do.
Sanchez steps in 1 for 3. Had a 3rd inning single. Other than that, it's flied out and popped out. Looping drive off the fist, and that's foul down the first base side. 0-1. Sanchez with 6 RBI this year. 2 of them came in 1 game against the Rangers down in Arlington. That's a career high for him. Fly ball down the right field line is trouble into the corner. It is a fair ball and bounds into the stands. Like Sanchez got an off-speed pitch that stayed up. Able to sneak it just in fair territory. It bounces out of the ballpark. A ground rule double, and Sanchez, the winning run now in scoring position.
Shepard leaves the breaking ball up in the zone. Almost in his wheelhouse. Just fair down the line.
Well, Mike Maddox now out for an official visit. Not an injury-related visit. Tanner Shepard trying to get the right-hander focused back in on dealing with Adam Eaton. So Sanchez carrying the winning run is out there at second base with 2 outs. Adam Eaton 0 for 4 today. And the intentional walk will be given with first base open. Even though Avisail Garcia hitting about 30 points higher than Eaton. Jeff Bannister going with the percentage matchup, right-hander against right-hander. Crowd of 33,668 just became an anti-intentional walk crowd. There's the fourth one. Wide one, and that puts Eaton aboard. And Garcia coming up. First and second with 2 outs. Avisail Garcia, who is 1 for 1 in his career against Tanner Shepard. That was a single. Here in the ninth with 2 out. He has the winning run at second base. And the White Sox really having a hard time with runners in scoring position. Shepard misses with a curveball for ball 1. Garcia today has struck out 3 times and flied to center field. 1 walk-off hit for the right-handed hitter. That was against Kansas City in April. Pops it up. This one's going to stay in play, and Chirinos off with the mask. Makes the catch, and we are going to have some bonus baseball on this Father's Day. As we go to the 10th inning, we are tied at 2, the Rangers and the White Sox. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. The second time on the last game of a series that the Rangers and the White Sox have gone to extra innings. Rangers winning the first one in the 11. It was back in Arlington. And here this afternoon, Zach Putnam will take over as we head to the 10th inning of a 2-2 ball game. Putnam becomes the 4th pitcher used by Robin Ventura here this afternoon, and Gordon Beckham enters the ballgame to play defensively in place of Connor Gillespie. Gordon Beckham at third, and Zach Putnam will face the top of the Ranger order in the 10th inning. Shin-Soo Choo, Ryan Rua, and Prince Fielder. Putnam, a 27-year-old right-hander of Rochester, Michigan. Went to the University of Michigan. He was the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year back in 2008. And he deals strike one to Shin-Soo Choo. Putnam has an excellent split-fingered pitch that we've seen time and time again in the last couple series that the White Sox have had with the Rangers. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Gary Davis not needing any help on that one. And it's 0-2. Choo, a double in 4 trips today. Rangers with 6 hits. The White Sox with 10. Ball game tied at 2 in the 10th. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Guzzi making the call on that appeal. Choo back in. Putnam leaning in for the sign. Got him swinging. 1 gone. And Rougned Odor now is going to come on as a pinch hitter for Ryan Rua.
You see that sinker there, that split finger. Not a whole lot you can do with it. He primarily stayed with that on Choo. Tough pitch to lay off of.
Rougned Odor, 173 average, a home run and 14 RBI to his credit. He's up there hacking at that first pitch and fouled it off for strike 1. Rougned back in the lineup after spending some very productive time down at AAA. This is 5th game back. Chopper up the middle into center field, a base hit. Odor with a pinch hit single, 1 out in the 10th inning. The go-ahead run now at first. And Zach Putnam coming off that mound awkwardly. He's getting up a little gingerly on that left ankle.
He got a fastball up in the zone. Took it right back up the middle. Great at bat. Came up there being aggressive, going after the first pitch. Missed that one and then got that second one. Another sinker away, kept it up a little bit, and that's what you want. You want to try and get that sinker up and make it hittable and try and take it the other way back up the middle. Because if you try and pull it, you're going to roll that thing over.
And speaking of rolling over, you saw what Putnam did when he tried to reach up to corral that chopper until he rolled his ankle coming back down. He's going to test it out, make sure it's workable, and he assures Robin Ventura that, yeah, it's okay. He'll be all right. Herm Snyder, the longtime trainer out there, to take a look at him also. Nope, the determination made that Putnam is okay. Kind of like Tanner Shepard's last half inning for the Rangers. So 1 on and 1 out here in the 10th inning. Odor at first. Prince Fielder, your top RBI man, at the plate. And Prince 1 out of 2 today with a double. That double came back in the first inning. Putnam staring in for the sign. A check of Odor at first, who has a pretty good sized lead. Putnam will go that way with a pretty good move.
Yeah, those pitchers with quick feet make it very difficult for a base stealer to get a really good read on.
Infield, shading fielder around to the right. Not in an overshift with Odor on. Prince trying to go out and get that splitter. Nothing in one. Good look at the defensive alignment. Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, a couple of steps to the shortstop side of second. Odor establishing that lead at first. Being held on by Adam LaRoche. That pitch in the dirt, it's going to the backstop. Down to second is Odor. A big move there. He's going to try for third. The throw not in time as it bounced up waist high to Beckham. And the Rangers have the go-ahead run at third and just one out.
Wow. Dicey base running right there. Paid off for the Rangers. Odor did realize, though, that it's you got a lot of room back here behind home plate, and he took off the second looking, thinking third base all the way. See that ball skip over Flowers' head, and he gets back there to it. Rugi kind of slowed down coming around second base and then decided to go, and fortunately Flowers bounced the throw.
So now, with the go-ahead run at third and just one out, they're going to intentionally walk Prince Fielder and deal again with Mitch Moreland. And I say again because they dealt with him in a similar situation on Friday night. That time it was the White Sox leading in the ninth inning 1-0, and Mitch Moreland came up as a pinch hitter after they walked Prince Fielder and promptly hit a 2-run single. So Mitch a chance here again today. We'll go back to that ninth inning here on Friday night. You
see Odor coming around second. He kind of hesitated there, and I wasn't sure Flowers was really ready to throw it because I don't think he was thinking Odor was going to try and go to third. So fortunately he bounced that throw. Other than that, Odor might have been out.
That's the second time in this series that we have seen a runner go from first to third on a wild pitch. White Sox did it here on Friday. Jeff Bannister and Steve Buechele looking on as the Rangers now have runners at first and third with one out. The infield now will play all the way in. You almost can't afford to stay back. Mitch Moreland 0 for 4 today. He has grounded out twice, lined out, and popped out. Now the infield going back up the middle at double play depth. Putnam with the first pitch. Splitter is down for ball one. Mitch had a pretty good idea what he was going to see because he watched that ball very closely all the way into the glove.
He had no intention of swinging, knowing that it was going to be a splitter that first pitch. He's done it to every hitter so far this inning.
Odor with the go-ahead run at third base. Prince Fielder over at first. 1-0 pitch. Off the end of the bat, that looked like a tailing fastball that time. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Okay, to see that ball run. Mitch had definitely had plate covered. Still barely got it off the end of the barrel.
Odor coming down the line from third. Our Fox tracker showing you the pitches away from Mitch Moreland. The 1-1 pitch. Pulled on the ground to second. They go to second for one. The return is in time for the double play. And the Ranger threat is concluded. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. The 4-6-3 double play took care of the Rangers. We played 9.5, tied at 2. in third and one out, and Mitch Moreland, the guy they wanted up there, rolled over on one from Zach Putnam, grounded into the double play.
And that's what we're talking about there with that sinker, that splitter. You go out there and get it, not and try and pull it, you're typically going to roll it over. And the White Sox had their defense right there where they wanted it. But Mitch Moreland played perfectly.
Oh, we go to the bottom of the 10th now, still tied at 2. And Alex Claudio has come out of the Ranger bullpen to take over. Alex Claudio in his 17th appearance of the year. For Claudio, his first appearance at the big league level since the 30th of May. Pitched against Boston that day, and just recalled to start this series by the Rangers. Well, he will be facing the heart of the order, Jose Abreu, to start things off for the White Sox. In for strike one. Now the defensive changes for you. Rougned Odor stays in the game, takes over at second base, with Adam Rosales, the starting second baseman, moving over to third. Changeup floats in, and moving from third to left field is Joey Gallo. Abreu has led off now 4 different innings today. The last 4 innings, or the last 4 times up, he has led off an inning. He has 2 singles and a strikeout. Behind in the count, 0-2 to Claudio.
Rangers are in a no doubles alignment out here. You've got Rosales at third base guarding the line. You've got all the outfielders about 5 to 10 feet from the warning track, so nothing gets over their head. Hopefully in the gap for a double, especially with Abreu up, who doesn't run very well.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Abreu with a single to center in the 4th, a single to left in the 6th inning. Well, the Rangers looked like they really had something going after Rougned Odor, a 1-out single, went all the way to third on a wild pitch. And a little tapper foul by Abreu. The intentional walk to Prince Fielder, put runners at the corners, and Mitch Moreland, I thought when he hit the ball it was going to be far enough away from Sanchez, the second baseman, they wouldn't be able to turn it. But credit Sanchez and Ramirez for turning over a tough ball.
That was a very tough double play to turn, and they did it. Sanchez got the ball, got rid of it, got it over to Ramirez at short. And Ramirez still with a good arm. Made a nice relay over first.
Call strike 3. A tailing fastball coming back to the inside corner. Abreu caught looking, and that is out number 1.
Big pitch by Claudio. Gets the bottom of that strike zone. Gets Abreu looking.
One gone. Here is Adam LaRoche, who has struck out twice today in 4 trips. And he takes the breaking ball for strike 1. The strikeout of Abreu now, 7 strikeouts for the Ranger bullpen this afternoon. There's a swing and a miss. It is 0-2, and Claudio coming in throwing strikes.
We've got our own version of the left-hand drop-down
guy.
guy.
Yeah. Claudio back to the plate. Got him swinging. Well, LaRoche on 3 pitches is disposed of. 2 gone.
Claudio going with the slider again. LaRoche just can't stay back on it enough.
Robinson Chirinos out to talk to Alex Claudio. Milky Cabrera is 4 for 4 today. He has had 2 singles left-handed, a single and a double right-handed. Rangers just have had no answer for Cabrera in this ballgame. 247 average. Claudio's first pitch. Fastball right down through there. Cabrera looking at it all the way.
I think what they've been doing, they've been trying to get him out. I think they should let him get himself out right about now.
Well, he's been doing it pretty regularly this year. Not hitting the way we're accustomed to seeing Milky Cabrera hit. But yeah, you're right, Mac. Playing right into his hands. The good thing about it, he's never had a 5-hit game. We'll take that. 2 balls and a strike to it. Alex Claudio, the 7th pitcher used this afternoon by the Rangers. Giovanni Gallardo started, went the first 5. He turned it over to the bullpen. Well, he's had a 5-hit game now. Off the end of the bat, softly into center. And he's got that magic wand going here this afternoon.
Doesn't he? That's amazing. Wow. No getting him out today. Change up in the zone and gets out there. Breaks his bat, but I'm sure he doesn't mind.
Oh, goodness. So, the winning run aboard with 2 outs. Alexei Ramirez up for his 5th plate appearance. Got that breaking ball working its way down and into him. Ramirez, a big swing and a miss. Ramirez 1 for 4, had a 6th inning single. And it drove in his 26th run of the year. Other than that, he is lined into a double play, fly to right, and grounded to short. Ramirez, an all-star shortstop with the White Sox. And takes the pitch low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ramirez checking with third base coach Phil McEwing, see what might be on tap. See whether Cabrera is turned loose or not. And Claudio will go first base way. Alexei Ramirez, the longest tenured position player for the White Sox. Been with them since the start of the 2008 season. Man's getting a little restless with the throws to first base. Now Claudio set. And Ramirez got a pitch up, fouled it straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ramirez's best year offensively was his first year with the White Sox back in 2008. Hit .290 that year with 21 home runs and 77 RBI. Hasn't approached 21 home runs. 18 was the best, and that was 2 years later. 4 other times he has had 70-plus RBIs. Alberto goes the short way to Odor, and that'll take care of the White Sox in the 10th. No runs a hit. 1 left. We're going to the 11th in Chicago. Deadlocked at 2. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feel your outside. The 11th inning here in Chicago. An overcast sky now as the Rangers come to bat in a 2-2 ball game. It'll be Adam Rosales, Joey Gallo, and Robinson Chirinos, and a new pitcher on the hill for the White Sox, Jake Petrichka, the 27-year-old. Petrichka can rush the ball to home plate when he is on. A very live arm. The first pitch in there for strike one. Rosales today 0 for 4. He's popped out a couple of times, grounded out, and struck out. A faded ball down the third baseline. That's going to be extra bases for Rosales. Over to play the carom is Melky Cabrera, and Adam Rosales taking the inside pitch and rifling it just inside the bag for a leadoff double.
Wow. Well, he gets a fastball. It's running back in. Right down the line. It's about the only way it was going to get down that line was to go over Beckham's head over there at third base.
Gordon Beckham, the third baseman, talking to Phil Cuzzy over there, asking if he was sure if he saw that ball well. And Phil said, "Yep, I did. Fair ball." So, Rangers with the go-ahead run out at second, nobody out, and Joey Gallo is the hitter. And they're going to walk Gallo to set up a double play and bring up Robinson Chirinos. We'll see if that first pitch from Petrichka, the intentional ball, was almost thrown back to the backstop.
Wow.
That's one way to foil an intentional walk.
But are there pitchers that have trouble doing an intentional walk?
Yeah. Yeah, you're looking at one of them. Scared me to death. No, I never practice it, and you should. You should practice stuff like that. I tried lobbing it. I tried throwing it hard. I tried throwing it underhand. It just didn't work. It was awful. Now, this is what set up the intentional walk. That ball right down the line.
Oh, wow.
Almost hit the...
I think it got in the line.
Yeah. The guy trying to reach out there and grab the ball, and he whiffed on it. So, runners at first and second now with nobody out. And Robinson Chirinos up there, probably in a bunt situation, I would think, anyway. Second intentional walk of the day issued, or make that third intentional walk of the day issued by the White Sox. Chirinos around to bunt. Petrichka, a little bluff move back to second, but Rosales not straying far from the bag. And a shot right down that line.
You know, even if the ball doesn't bounce in fair territory, it's where it goes, where it crosses the bag.
Right.
If it crosses the bag, that's all that matters. So it doesn't have to hit in fair territory once it's past the bag.
Well, that pitch right in on Chirinos' hands, and it's going to be ruled a foul ball off the bat of Chirinos.
I just think it got his hand up there.
Sure
Yeah.
did. Pinched that right hand and the fingers against the bat.
Ball had a little sink to it. It was right at the end. Got those fingers that he's supposed to have tucked underneath.
And that's why they're supposed to be tucked underneath, right?
That's exactly why.
Well, Tony Beasley, the Ranger third base coach, down to remind him of that. Say, okay, well, tuck your fingers on and get under and get the ball down in fair territory. No balls and a strike. Petrichka working with Rosales at second, Gallo at first. And the bunt down this time to first. LaRoche has only one play. That's the first. The sacrifice goes 3-4. It is successful. Nice job by Robinson Chirinos. And now the Rangers have runners at second and third with one out, and Leonis Martin coming up.
Great bunt by Chirinos. You know, you've got the first baseman that's coming in. You really want to ideally get that ball bunted down third baseline. But Robbie was able to deaden that ball just enough to where LaRoche didn't have a play other than first base.
Now we're going to see another intentional walk. This one to load the bases and leave it up to Hanser Alberto. So the fourth intentional pass of the afternoon. Two of them issued to Prince Fielder. One to Gallo, and now one to Leonis Martin. Well, that's going to load the bases up and bring up Hanser Alberto as the fourth wide one is issued. Alberto 0 for 4 today.
You see LaRoche coming in. Robbie gets it over there, but deadens it just enough to where LaRoche can't go anywhere but to first base for the out.
Don Cooper, the pitching coach, out to set things up for Petrichka in the infield for the White Sox. You got Rosales at third, Gallo at second, Leonis Martin at first. So good speed on the base pass. Rangers might be able to, if they tried to get a double play up the middle, might have enough speed to negate that. Hanser Alberto, of course, runs well, but get a guy on first like Leonis Martin who can get to second in a hurry, not being held on.
Yeah, and that's the big key, not being held on. He can get a bigger lead. Still has to be careful of the pickoff play, but he can get a bigger lead, and that'll get him to second base quicker.
So we'll see how the White Sox play it. It looks like they're going to play halfway in the middle. Both cornermen are up, even with the bag, if not in front of the bag. Alberto has grounded out twice, line to right, and been on via an error. He takes that first pitch inside for ball one. And I would guess not quite as much with the bases loaded, but a guy like Alberto, you can't rule out a suicide squeeze. Makes it easier with the bases loaded to get the force at home. Round ball to third. They're coming home. They get one. The return to first is in time for the double play. And once again, the Ranger threat has been ruined by a twin killing. One into the 10th and one here is the 11th. It goes 5-2-3. And we're going to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 2. In the last couple of innings, the go-ahead run at third base a couple of times, and double plays have taken them out of the opportunity to take the lead. So we are deadlocked at 2, and here's how that 11th inning ended.
He gets a sinker back in on his hands, and that's exactly what he wanted. Alberto hits it to third base. Beckham comes home. Flowers to first. They get the double play.
So Alex Claudio back to the hill now, and he will face the bottom third of the order. Gordon Beckham to lead things off, his first at bat of the afternoon. And he hits a fly ball deep to left field. Gallo is back at the wall. It is gone. Beckham, who came in defensively as a defensive replacement, hits a leadoff home run in the 11th inning, and the White Sox walk it off 3-2. How about that?
Wow. The Rangers had their opportunities and just weren't able to cash in. Beckham coming in late in the game at the controversial double down the line by Rosales that he wasn't quite happy with, and made a nice started the nice double play in that last inning. Comes up and walks it off as the hero today.
Now you can say the move by Robin Ventura to bring in Gordon Beckham for a defensive replacement turned into genius as Beckham hits it out of the ballpark and his first walk-off hit of his career. So the first pitch of the bottom of the 11th inning to Gordon Beckham drives it out of the ballpark, and the White Sox, who won by a 3-2 score yesterday, win by an identical score today in 11. Alex Claudio, the tough luck loser. Gallo got back there and just couldn't quite climb the fence. That ball 10 or 15 feet over the wall. The White Sox end up winning 2 out of 3. They end up splitting the season series with the Rangers at 3 games apiece. And we'll be back to U.S. Cellular to wrap things up right after this on Fox Sports Southwest.